Hello, hello everyone. This is Rex Red. It is actually 5:01 p.m. today. Which side am I on here? I'm going to pull this green screen a little bit to the side. Okay, how about that? I think that works. Let me see. Yep. Okay. We have some fun stuff going on today, and I am here to demonstrate how this works. We're going to close that. All right. Now, what we're going to be doing today is colorizing these VDBs. And as you can see, these have got color, and they are very pretty, these VDBs. And excuse me again. And now I have just started working with this, so there are going to be some interesting stuff we can do with this. So I am not certain of the incomplete ramifications of this, but this is huge, okay? This is a very huge thing that has happened with Daz Studio. So, and I'm going to go over it and try to make it easy for you to understand how to do this. And, okay, so the first order of business here is that, as you can see down bottom, I have two Daz Studios. Okay, this is just a new thing for me just today, because I've always had one Daz Studio. And if you've ever wanted to work on Daz Studio and you're in the middle of a render and you just say, well, I would love to still be able to work in Daz Studio, this is the way to do it, is to install the beta, okay? Now, to install the beta, I've got some of this stuff set up right now. You go to the Daz store and you do a search for the Daz beta, and this comes up. And it will say free, and then it'll say, do you want to purchase it? And when you click purchase, it will show up in your cart. And then you go to your cart here, and it will show up here, and it's free. So you just say, okay, I'll buy it. And so you buy it, and it says the price of it is $0, and then you just click okay, purchase it, and then you're done. Okay. So then what happens is you go to your install manager, and you log into your install manager, and you wait until it comes in, and then you look and say, oh, the beta isn't here. Okay, so then what you do is right here, you make sure you're in your download sections of your install manager, and you click on this download filters. I've never even noticed that there before. But you click on that, you scroll down here until you get to this place, and you'll notice that this is unchecked. It says public build, okay? So you click on this public build and then click accept. Okay, I've already done it. So what happens is you click accept, and I don't know if it does, rechecks everything or what. If it doesn't, you'll see a bunch of stuff show up here. And if they don't show up there, then click this refresh button and let it finish refreshing. And then you'll notice all these things here. And I would just click them all, okay? Make sure that they're all selected, and then click Start Queue and have it install them. If you're worried about the beta screwing stuff up, it shouldn't, okay? It shouldn't screw anything up on your computer, okay? So once they're all done installing, okay, you can close it down. Then you'll notice a new icon on your desktop, and you just click on it, okay? And it's going to say, and when it opens up, it's going to open up and it's going to say, it'll be like your Daz Studio when it opens, but instead it's going to be the same, usually the same image, for your version of Daz Studio, but underneath it's going to say beta. Okay? Welcome, Angus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So underneath it's going to say beta. Okay? And so then you'll know that it's beta. Now, when it first opens, okay, it's going to pop up and it's going to say, oh, we just found a library. Okay, we just found your My 3D library, and you have to say, yeah, go ahead and use that. Okay, and that's all you have to do pretty much to get the beta to work. And then so this is what you'll come to pretty much is the beta. It won't be set up like if you've gone into your Daz Studio and changed your environment around a little bit. It's not going to be set up like exactly. It's going to be set back to the default. There'll be a bunch of things, you know, if you have scripts loaded and things like that, they're not going to be here. And also when you go into your window and you go to workspace and you say select layout, you won't see your layouts here. I'm not sure why, okay? But your saved layouts, and I don't even see a way of coming in here and like browsing for them. They're somewhere probably, but it's just not showing in the layouts here, okay? So you may want to just take a moment to set up your I just delete a few things in here, and you know, I close a few of these windows here that I don't use, and that's pretty much it. And okay, so and then also you may notice that when you start to use your smart content should mostly be there. You should notice it all here, but it may take a while for some of your shaders and all, because this program has to identify all of the stuff in your library, and so it can take a little bit of a while for it to identify. Now, I'm sorry that if you already have the beta, I'm sure what I just talked to you about was probably boring, okay? But if you don't have the beta, I would suggest to get it. Now, another thing about the beta is you're only allowed one beta, so you can have two programs all the time on your computer. You can and what I found is the beta doesn't really mess up Daz Studio. And so you have the beta and you have your Daz Studio. And do I have that open? Okay, yeah. So I have two programs open at the same time. We're going to close this. Okay, that's one of my artwork. Okay. Now you have two programs that you can use at the same time. While one of them is rendering, the other one you can be working on another image. The other thing about this is that when they come out with a new beta, it should show up, because now you have the filtering turned on for that when a new program comes, you open up this Install Manager and say, oh, there's a new beta. So you download it and it will replace this beta with the new beta. Okay, so you're only allowed one beta at the time, and you're allowed one public release, I guess this is called. So you're allowed one public release and one beta at the same time. Okay, so that's pretty much, I don't know everything about the beta because I just got it. Okay, but one thing that this beta has that the public, because the beta is newer, that's what it means. It's like newer but a little bit untested. Okay, so it can be, the beta can be a little bit less stable, and they're still working on the beta. So the beta's gonna eventually, there may be another beta before they even have the public. I don't know how, it's all up to the developers on how many betas they decide to have until the beta becomes a public release. And once it becomes a public release, then it will replace your public release, okay? And at some point, I would assume that you might have the same beta as you have for a public release. I mean, they could be the same thing until they come up with a new beta, okay? That's just taking all of this and expanding it out as far as possible to the possibilities that can occur. Okay. The reason why this beta is very exciting to me is because it has a new feature. And if you what you're seeing right now here in this is you're seeing these clouds are colorized, okay? And this is a really nice aspect of Daz Studio right now, because these clouds before the only way to colorize these clouds, and what I'm doing is I'm colorizing the clouds from within the clouds, okay? And before, the way I would colorize them is I would take a light, and let's go back to the front here. I would take a light, like a plane, and I would take that plane and I would put like a bright, colorful image on the plane, and then I would make the plane into emissive, meaning that the colors that are on its surface shine out light, okay? Like they're light bulbs or some sort of laser sign or something. Where if you think that an image can be just like a picture on a plane, or the picture can actually have like lights behind it shining through the picture and making the image on the plane into a light source, okay? So what I would do is put this image in the scene, but I had to keep it behind the camera, because if I moved the image in front of the camera, you'd see the plane. And that turned into being a problem, okay? Because the image had to be up behind your camera and shining in through your camera. Well, the new thing now is that NVIDIA has decided, and I'm going to show you something that's kind of, because 5 months ago, I think this was in July. So this is July, August, it was sometime in July, I don't know, July 13th, okay? All of a sudden, I was working on an image, and I said, and I realized that I couldn't figure out a way to make that plane invisible, but still show its light, still shining its light, but be in the scene and be invisible, okay? And so I went on the Daz forums and I said, is there a way to make an invisible gobo? And a gobo is like that. It's a plane that shines light. And so so Richard came in and said, what do you mean you could apply a map and to this? And then he said, and blur out quickly with the distance. And so I came in and I explained a little bit further, and he says, I understood what you wanted. And he said, but the answer, as far as I know, is that you cannot have an invisible object cast shadows or light, okay? And of course, ghost lights are in any event not working in the same way in the latest version of Iray. They fixed that, but ghost lights are not mesh lights. Ghost lights are a very special kind of light, so they're not like a piece of geometry. They're a different critter altogether. They don't have surfaces and all of that. So ghost lights won't work to do this. And so I went in and I said, I don't know if this was a movie studio, we need invisible objects to cast shadows. And then I wrote NVIDIA and I said, no. And you know, it was just kind of because I was frustrated that there was no way to do this with Daz Studio. And so as somebody said, you were wanting an object that some light rays is visible, cast shadows, but to other light rays is invisible. And what if the first light ray is reflected and comes back to the object? Shall it then act as not visible? Okay. So, and that was an interesting kind of question. Felice, I think, I'm not sure how to, Felice, he's been very, very helpful in many, many instances. So today I posted this because I was on YouTube, and the WP Guru, Jay, he put out a video and said, oh, guess what? We have this new thing. All right. And so NVIDIA has come through with these invisible, they're not called gobos, but they are technically like a gobo, okay? So now we have invisible gobos. And I'm going to show you now. And so in the description of this tutorial, you will find a link to this, and this is Jay's, the WP Guru. This is his announcement today about these ghost lights, okay? And then also he links in his description, in his page, to two very important things. One is this page, which is when you go here, this RB Wiz, he gives you all of these, all of this information here, and then he gives you these 5 files, okay? And you have to download, right-click, and download them all into a folder. And then once you right-click and download them into the folder, then you put that folder. Now, this is where it gets a little. Now, you have to have the beta installed. It will only work with the beta for now until they stabilize the beta and they put all the things into the beta that they want to put into the beta, and then the beta becomes public. Or you can install the beta like I showed you, explained at the beginning of this video. And when you have 2 betas, the beta and the public, then you open the beta. And when you open the beta, you go into your content library, and you click up here on this Daz Studio formats, right-click, and it says add a base library. But in order to add that base library, you have to go into here and down here to, let's see, this is where I keep my Daz 3D library. Okay, so it's my Daz 3D library. And what I did was I created a folder called miscellaneous stuff, and I put those 5 files into here. Okay, and what I did was these 5 files, they had really long, weird names to them, and I didn't like the names. See, when I go back here, you see, and I put this over time. So what I did was I copied this, and I Control-C and copied it. I took the exclamation point out, and all of these, when I click on it, right, it opens up and says, and this is the file it wants to give you, and it's got this really long number on it. So instead of that number, okay, I took these files and I put this ghost light method A dash Iray ghost mess, and I took the exclamation point out and I don't really need that. And then I ghost light method B Iray, and this one's ghost light method C Iray, and then this one, these two are the most important. This is add Iray visible to primary rays property. That's one. And this is the other, is add ghost light factor properties DSC. So I changed the names of them so that they weren't these big long numbers, so that they were nice. So you make sure that A goes with the number of that file, and B goes with the number of that file, and that these follow with the numbers of each. So you download these into a folder, then you move that folder, you create a folder here in your Daz, where your Daz directory is, which would be here, where my folder is. I just put it in the same the same folder that has my Daz 3D library. It doesn't have to go in your Daz 3D library. It can go above that directory, okay? So you go to miscellaneous stuff. Then you go into this Daz here, and you right-click here and say Add a base directory, and you go here and you find that folder, miscellaneous stuff, and you click on that, and you select that folder, and then you'll see it here. And if the names aren't there, you can right-click. If they're just numbers here, you can right-click on them and rename them with the proper. And if you notice, I took out the exclamation point. But these are the most two important. But you'll need all three of them to figure out kind of how to do this, okay? So, all right. Now this is this right here to make this took me quite a while to do, and it's not the best that I can do, okay? This is the best that I can do after working with it for about an hour or so, okay? Nope, we got some news there. Welcome to the news. All right. But what it is what you're looking at is a color field, is a fog field that is colorized. And what you're really looking at when you look at this, okay, this group that I've created is a group. And so what I'm going to do is go further. Jay's video, watch his video, and his video will show you what these three, at least two of these, he's going to show you what these methods, the A, B, and C. I think he goes over just one of the methods, but that's really all you need is to learn this one method, okay, of really what's going on and to figure out what's going on. So now what I'm going to do, now is this. I'm going to just show you pretty much what I had to do to make this happen, okay? And what this is there are 4 planes, like a plane, okay? And the planes are not like along the floor. There's actually 5 planes because I have a black plane on the floor, but there are 4 planes. Now the VDB, okay, is just any VDB you can use, okay? So you just put the VDB into the scene, and you should be able to see the VDB once you go into Iray. But the VDB is going to be like all one color, like gray, okay, or cloud color, or whatever color. You can make the VDB all one color, but it's just one color. It doesn't have any variation in the color. And that's the problem with the VDB. And so what you can do is you can put little teeny point lights in the VDB and light up the VDB with little point lights. But I've never liked that method, okay? Because you're just putting all these, you have to put sometimes hundreds to make all this variation of color. You got to put them all and you got to line them up, and it's really very time consuming to use little point lights. And then you have to set how much intensity you want the point light to have. Now I'm going to take this and show you one of these planes that I have in the scene. Parameters, okay? Display. When I turn this off, okay, Iray visible to primary rays. And there it is, okay? This is the plane. This is what's creating the color in this scene. And when I take this light plane and go to surfaces, I can take this color here and bring maybe these pieces down. This would be vertical offset. Okay, that's not doing anything. Maybe it is moving it down. Oh, vertical offset. Okay, I think this might be horizontal offset that I'm looking for. Yeah. Now, as you notice, it just moved that down. Now, you see, so this and this is both sides, okay? This is putting off a color on both sides. Now, for some reason, one of my other lights is showing. This might be a bug in this. Parameters, display. Yeah, it's some kind of bug because that's not supposed to be showing there. Only one is supposed to be showing. Or maybe there's... Okay, so we're going to zoom out a little bit here. And... Okay, so I'm going to show you all four of these now. We've got this one. I have four planes in here lighting these objects. This mist, okay? And because this is a light source and it's got this really fantastic color thing on it, and I'm not sure why that is showing up with the other color there. That looks like some kind of bug there. It's not supposed to have that there. I'm not sure why. Okay, so now I go into this. We go into parameters. And let's go to display. Let's turn this one on. Now that's showing you another light plane. And we go here, turn that on. And we go to, let's see this one, and turn this one on. And what you see now is four planes here. And where is our camera? Where is the camera? Okay. I don't see the camera. Oh, I'm using the camera. I shouldn't have moved. Okay. Let's bring the camera down here. Now, what this allows me to do is move these wherever I want them. And use them to color this array of clouds. And we can move them around a little bit. And so now when we come down in here, this is so new to me. Okay, now I think the reason why we're seeing these other is we're seeing them through. I'm not sure why they're showing up like that. But when I go into here and turn them off, they work, okay? So when I go to invisible, okay, and then we go invisible, invisible, and look at that. Look how they are giving their light to these clouds. See? Now, isn't that amazing? That is amazing. So this is now let's examine, let's turn one of these back on. And it's not on yet. Okay, visible in render. Okay. Okay, we have one of these turned on. Let's take this and now it's also going down below my plane a little bit, I believe. There's the black plane, and it's sticking down. It's long enough to stick down through there. Now we have the plane selected. Let's take this plane and go to parameters, and we'll scale it a little bit. X, is it? No, Z, we don't want to scale it Z. Undo the Z scale. We go Y scale maybe. X scale. Okay, I think I have to go here into... This is a complicated thing now. Now, they don't show... Do they show in filament mode? They may actually show in filament mode. No, it doesn't look like it's showing it all in filament mode as either. So let's go back to Iray. I think, now I may have the wrong one selected here. Yeah, I think this is that one. Yeah, so that's why it wasn't scaling. Let's go X. Okay, Y, that's X. And Z maybe? Yes, Z. So we scale this out a little bit. And then it's going to affect even more of our lights here. Then we can take this and see, I only put so much so much time into discovering how this works. But as you know, as you can see now, like let's go right from the front here, straight on the front, but we'll move it up like that. Now we go like this. We don't want to be down in the fog, okay, or else we're going to lose our perspective here. Okay. So this shows us how this is coloring this. Now, there are different perspectives of the way you can do it. You can just copy and paste these. Now, what I did was the surface, I took one of these examples and I put it in the scene, and when you double click on it, and let's start out this scene from scratch, okay? So let's click on one of these. Let's say Ghost Method A. Would you like to save changes? No. Okay, we'll leave it like that. Now this is the example that you download, okay? This is Ghost Example A, and this, when you go into the group, you have two lights. Notice that the plane is being lit on this side and it's being lit on this side. But one plane is invisible and the other plane is visible. And so what you can do here is go to that plane and display, and you can go and make this plane it's not, it doesn't have that, it doesn't have this method put on it. Okay, so that's the difference between A. So let's try method C. Maybe that will have both. Okay, this is the same exact thing, but this one has both. And this has a floor plane as well. But when we go into the group here and we click on this and we go to display, visible in viewport, maybe this one doesn't do that as well. No. Okay, maybe this, let's see, group. Okay, that one's invisible. We go to display, select, okay, that's the invisible one. Now this one is, okay, so this one, the visible to primary, this is the same kind of light. You see, it's putting off light. And this one is the same thing. Now, if I turn this on, you can see they both look like it's the same kind of thing. This one, I don't know why it's brighter, but it probably just has. Now, this ghost light factor, a lot of this I don't understand yet, but but this is now if we take this light and we run this script here, It says visible and primary rays property. And so you just run both of these scripts on that. You run one script. Did I run it? Let's try it again. Okay, that's one, and this is two. Now, this light, we have the ability to turn it off. Oh, that one already had that. I had the wrong, no? Okay. All right, so now we can turn this one off. See, this is now off as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these lights out of here. And now I'm going to try something and see if we can do the same thing with a sphere. Or how about a torus, okay? Let's try a torus. Okay, so we have now a torus in the scene. Let's go into texture shaded mode. Let's bring this torus up like this. Now both of those lights, let's see if this will work on this torus. So we just click that script and we click this script. Okay. Now what we need to do is go into the torus, go to its surface, and turn it into an emissive by changing this to the color white. Okay. Now let's go into Iray, and you'll notice now that this torus has become a light source. But let's go into the parameters here, display, and we can say, is this going to be visible in the render? And we're going to say no. No, this one, primary rays, off. And there it is. See, this gives us an invisible torus in our scene. See, so this is really amazing. Then what we can do is we can take this torus, instead of this boring white light, we can go into the surface of the torus and go to emission color, browse, and find any funky color like this, put it on the torus, and then the torus is going to be putting that color on, shining that color. So let's take and get rid of this boring light here now and go back to our example of the VDB. What do we got for props here? All right, well, we have this. Okay, this is some kind of ring. And you notice the problem with this ring is it's all one color, and this one's kind of all like yellow, and that one's all blue. So we go to this vortex, right? Outer smoke, ring illumination. Let's take that illumination out. Let's put our own illumination in here. But we're going to take this, okay, the ring here, we're going to take and delete this plane. Okay, and we're going to go here. Now there is our ring. Let's make sure this is, well, it looks firmly in the center of our ring. Now we take this, we have to go to our environment, and I'm going to change the environment to backdrop, and we're going to make the backdrop black so this will show up a little better. And then what we do is we take and make this invisible again. So we go back to our scene, select the torus, and select our parameters and display, and we're going to turn that so that it's invisible. But as you can see, the torus is, so what you do is now you go to your torus surface and you turn up the luminance, say 9. Now look at what we have for for coloration. See these? This is the old Daz, one color, okay? This is the new Daz with, and we can say, okay, well, that's kind of boring. Let's try this. Any image that you can find, look at this now. See this? This is special. This is a very special moment. This is what I was imagining in my, seriously, this is what I was imagining when I wrote that request. It was like, I want to have colors. And we can bring this up even more. We can go another 9 here. Look at the colors here now. See, this is beautiful. This is just absolutely beautiful. And you're not seeing the Bezier inside here. The torus. You're seeing just the light from it shooting off from. It's invisible. All you're seeing is the light. Now, if we were to take the torus and make it a little smaller, just scale it down a little bit. Maybe bring it in. Just you have to play with this a little bit. Scale it so it's inside and only shining in towards the center here. There's just all kinds of effects that you can do with this. This is so beautiful. I want to cry. It's just so utterly beautiful. We bring this down a little bit, center it. We want to be straight down over the top. This is just, let's scale it out a little bit. See what, you have to kind of just experiment with it and get it just right. But this is what we're looking at. So now you can take and go like on Google and find any funky image like this and just put that on there, and this is how you colorize your VDBs. Browse, look at that. And you can have your figure walking through this. These are the colors. And you know, these images I downloaded in July. trying to do this with my VDBs, and I couldn't do it. And now look. So what this means is, and I'm a shitty artist. I'm not really that good of an artist, but Daz has some artists that are like really, really, really good. And what they're going to be able to do with this, because I prefer to use their art rather than, and wait till they make their art and then use theirs. So we're going to scale this out a little more. And look at that. Look at this. This is amazing. It's just like, wow. Now what we're scaling is our light. We're not scaling the smoke. Okay, the smoke, we're just scaling our light here. And we leave that to render. Now just think of the possibilities. You take this and just put any kind of picture on here. These pictures I downloaded when look at that. See, this is beautiful. See, you can just think of this now. This is so amazing. We have to render this. We have to render this beautifully. And so this is what we're looking at. Okay, now you can take boxes and spheres and planes, and you can situate them in your, and put images on them, put these beautiful images. Before, we had ghost lights, and you cannot put a surface or a shader on a ghost light, but you can on mesh. And now what this is, these are ghost mesh lights, and this is like one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever made. Now, if I bring this up a little higher, perhaps it will grab the color of the top of this. This is just amazing. This is so amazing. This is really something else. And you can put two of them in. You could put another ring inside here that would light and give the center a totally different color. In fact, let's do that. See how easy this will be to do this is you just take edit and duplicate this torus. Okay? And then you scale the second one down like this. Go to parameters and you scale it like that. Okay, and you put it in the center. And then you give the center torus surface a different color. Like, say, this color here. Well, let's go with something that's different, this. And then you take this center torus and let's make it brighter. Let's give that another 9. Another 9. And you see how that works? This is just absolutely amazing how this works. And let's bring it up higher. Wow, look at that too. See, this is something else. This is just amazing. Let's take the light down a little bit. What did I do? Okay, yeah, I think I turned it to 0. Oh, maybe I didn't. Luminance. And one more 9 here. And so let's take now this and just try some other colors. This one. Now, each image has a different brightness to it by default, kind of. So you have to kind of mess with them and edit them and all. Now, the parameter here, we go back here. Let's try a different color. Let's get a blue light, something blue. Let's try this. It's got a lot of darkness in it, a lot of black in it, so that might be an indicator that you have to add more 9s. Okay, so this is what we do here. This is, now we turn this sideways and up. Now you can't see them because they're invisible, and that makes it very difficult to tell where it is. So what you do is you take this torus and you go back to the parameters, go back to display, and you turn it on, okay? And this tells me that this torus is kind of washed out. It's pretty. All right, now I think I have the ground turned on. So we go into the environment settings and visible below. So that just took the ground out, okay? And we also draw ground off, okay? So now we don't have the ground blocking the bottom of our image here. So now this does tell me, though, that this is a little bit too bright. Let's go back now to the surface here of this torus. It's just putting out white light because it's so bright. So we go down to maybe get rid of another 9 here. And there we go. Now we can go back to this. And see, this is putting out that color onto those little strands there. And we go to the surface. And we take another. And you can change the temperature and all. Let's now go and turn this torus back off again. So we go to display, visible primary rays, and this is what we have here. So we take and click off of that, and this. Now let's go into our render settings. Crank up the maximum samples, crank up the maximum time, go here, and let's render this square. Where would it be? Quad. This would be square. And then let's take this up to maybe 5,000 by 5,000. And let's render it. So this is very exciting, okay? So this, now I will do some more examples of this. So I will do some more examples. Today has been bite my nails day, and I never like bite my nails, but then when I do, I bite them like terribly. So I'm going to try, and instead of biting that on my nail, snip it. Here we go. Now let's see what we have. Look at this depth. Look at the detail here. This is so amazing. This is just amazing. And as my computer starts, it's going to just fill this, take all the reticulation out of this, and just bring in some perfect, beautiful, wispy detail into this. Each time there's an iteration, we're at 294 iterations, 308. Okay, so we're going to let this, and we're going to call this portal. Now, so this just think of what this image of how this is going to change the art, where before you had like one color like that, or if you wanted to change this color here, you'd have to put little spheres, and like you'd have like one sphere here, and one sphere in this section that would be green. You didn't have this blend of all these colors here. Just think of the change now in art that we're going to see in Daz Studio and in Iray because of this one change of turning geometry invisible and being able to put a color and turn it into a light source and have it whatever shape of geometry you have, whether if it's like just a Christmas tree or something, and putting colors all over it and making it invisible and putting it inside something, it's just whatever object you want, you can now make invisible and make it into a light source and have it. And the most amazing thing are these VDBs, these cloudy areas that you can set these objects within, and they take on the color of the objects within them, these invisible objects. You can't see the object, but you can see the light from it. And this is what is so amazing. This is just amazing. So I'm going to let this go up to at least 1,000 iterations. And now the detail of this VDB here. How much will this? Where are we at right now? We're at 962. I usually like to go to 1,000 or 2,000. Just look at that right there. I like to go up to a couple thousand, but so I think I'll let this render for just another talk a little bit more, and let this render so that we can see what this is really going to look like in a gigantic render. So this is amazing. This right here, this, so before you had a portal that was going to be like one color, blue or orange. Now look at this. Look at this. It's just such a change. And this is what, this is what my is there a way to make invisible gobos? Is there a way to make invisible gobo is like an object like this? Is there a, yeah, but it's an object that puts off light. And the thing is that I was using a plane, and the plane was out behind my camera, so that because I couldn't put the plane in the scene, because if I put the plane in the scene, it was going to, you'd see it. It would block the camera. And so I wanted to have the plane in the scene within within the smoke and fog, but I didn't want to be able to see it. And so the answer was no. And that was in July. That was July 13th when I went into here, into the technical help, and asked, because I wasn't sure if I wanted to make a request for them to do this, because, and I think I did go in and ask them, make the request for invisible gobos or something. I may have actually even gone in and asked them to create a way for this to be done. And I really, 6 months later, I'd kind of forgotten about it. Not really, but I just, it stood in my mind as something. And you see, this is example of it, is having these planes right in your camera view. And they're lighting him, but now they're still there, and they're still lighting him, but they're gone. And what you don't see is some funky image on this. I've taken this further because I already had it kind of planned out what I wanted to do with them. I wanted to take it and light, and he's lighting a character here, but did they even stop to think about lighting a VDB? That's setting this plane within the VDB and putting some funkadelic image on it and turning that into a light source. So this is what's fun, is we're going to see some really exciting stuff come out of this. Now we're up to how many iterations? Well, I don't see it. I don't see how many it usually tells me here. How many iterations? Minimize. There we go. We're at 2,000. Okay, so we're going to cancel this. And we're going to call this portal rainbow portal, P-O-R-T, rainbow portal. And now we can save that as a PNG. That rendered so quickly, I could have possibly even made this like rendered it like very large. Okay, so now let's go into here. I'm having some herbal tea, decaf tea here. So we're going to go here to this P portal. Here we go. Look at this. So look at the quality we have here in our VDB. That is amazing. That is amazing. So this is, I think I'm the only one in the whole world doing this today. But the creators who made this come into the ability to make these objects invisible. Maybe they did some work with this. So now we're gonna try something else here. So let's save this file. Save scene. Save as Rainbow Portal. Oh, and it's putting these in another place. I don't want to put that here. I want to put that here. To my Daz Studio renders. Now it will remember that. Okay. Very cool. So now we're going to accept. Now we'll just do file new. We'll do a completely new scene. Start this out. Let's go into this. Let's center the scene. Okay. And now what we'll do is we'll go to here, file, new, custom, and we're going to go let's do this by 2000 by, okay, width would be 2000 and height would be 900. Let's go 6000 and height 1000. All right, let's create this strip here. Now let's see, I'm not sure if I know exactly how to do this. Gradients, this is it. Basics. Reds. What have we got here for reds? Okay, so we have to go here, I think, to this gradient tool and select one of these. And then we go like this. Like that. Okay. All right, let's go File, Save a Copy on your computer. And we're going to save this as a JPEG. And we'll call this Red Gradient. Red Gradient. Desktop. Just so I can, oh, well, we'll save it in here. Okay, that's good. Now we go into our Daz. We're going to go into here, go back out of here, go into here. And we have a prop, and it's called Fog Wall. Now let's see what this fog wall looks like here. This is our fog wall. Let's see what it looks like. All right, this is a fog wall. Okay, so now we're going to bring in a plane. So this would be a plane here. And the plane is there. Let's switch the plane to, let's take our plane, no, not the fog wall, the plane, and rotate it X at 90 degrees. And move it up a little bit. And then scale it. Where is this plane? Okay. The fog wall is way back there, so let's put our plane way back there. Let's put the plane right in the middle of our fog wall, okay? So let's look at it from the top. and move back a little bit. There's our plane. Let's put the plane right in the middle of our fog wall here. Okay, and now let's look at it from the front. And back up a little bit. Come down a bit. And front. Now let's take this and scale it Y. No, that didn't work. Edit, undo. Okay, scale it X is this way. All right. Let's bring it over, or maybe bring our camera over. There, like that. And then let's scale it Z. Like this. Now let's go back to our X and Z. Okay, there's our fog wall, and there is a plane. Now what do? We add these two methods back. Not the method, we add these two scripts to that plane. 1, 2. Okay, I think that should have done its thing. So now we can drop this down. Now we're going to go to our surface of our plane, and we're going to go and turn it back into an emission so it becomes emissive. And then we're going to add our image to it. Browse. And that was called gradient. So we're going to look for that in here. Gradient. There it is. Now is this going to work? Okay, I don't see it working here, so it's something is wrong. Browse. Okay, so I think okay, what we have to do is go to our layered image editor. And what would we flip? Horizontal maybe? Oh, maybe rotate. Rotate 90 degrees. Let's see what happens. Edit, undo. Why isn't, okay, our image showing up on this plane? Emission color, let's bring it up, give it some luminance. Okay. It's putting off some color, okay. Let's go into now our display. Why it's not showing up? It looks like our image is going across this way, but now let's go to this and turn that off. And there we go. Now we have a gradient fog wall. And what we can do with this fog wall is go into our fog wall and go to the surfaces and just make the wall a little bit like down to 10, a little bit. Now let's make our environment black. And let's not let the smooth, okay. Clip to geometry. I don't know why the fog wall is clipping like that. See how it's getting chopped off up there? But so we could take this diffuse color and see and make it even whiter so that it's more, so that these colors are more like vibrant. Clip to geometry. Now that just turns it right off. I'm not sure why it's getting chopped like that at the top. Oh, now you can, that's my plane there. Okay, so now let's take this down to about like 2. Or we can even go down a little bit more, like to 0.1. There we go. See, now this is a fog wall. See what we have? And we can go 0.06. See what we have? This is really nice. This is where you can really do some things with it. We go 0.6. Let's go 0.1. And now you have this little wall of fog that you can place anywhere. And look at the color. It's gradient. It's going from like this yellowish to a purplish gradient. See, so this is what we're able to do now, is to create this atmosphere, this colorful gradient atmosphere. It's not a little spot here and a spot there and a spotlight there and light there. It's a gradient that is going from one color to the other. Now if we take, I'm not sure that my plane is working properly, so because when we look at it, it's not showing, it's working right because this is going from our yellow to our purple, but something wasn't going right with the plane. So let's go back to our scene and look at this plane. Let's turn it back on and find out what's wrong with it. Maybe it's just too bright. Oh, that could be it. I could have it set so bright that it's just white. But I don't think that's the case because we started out at, see, this is what the colors looks like. Luminance. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, but let's go to our let's take this down. No, it's not showing here. It's working, but it's not showing. And it's supposed to show on here. Let's put a camera in here. Create new camera. Show options. Let's look at this through the camera. Still not showing the color on the plane. Now let's see. This is browse image editor. Okay, and I don't know where, oh, I do know where those colors are, but I'm not going to be able to find them. So let's, colors, gobo colors, here they are. Let's they are not showing up on this plane. Why not? Edit, undo. What is wrong with my plane? I've done something wrong. Let's double click on these again and see if they parameters. Visible. Okay, let's. Now this Iray ghost light factor, I don't know what that does. I didn't pay enough attention to Jay. So I'll have to go back and watch that again, what this ghost light factor. It was something that it changes by the size of your image or something like that. Okay, so we're looking at our plane again. And my keyboard is crooked. Let's put that back into. All right, we'll try to get some organization here. Okay, we've got now and we have this very large scene. Okay, so I'm kind of despondent now. Temperature looks okay. Two-sided light. We have our color here. It's not showing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge. Okay. I'm going to go here, and instead of adding these, I'm going to merge this into the scene, and I'm going to, wow, suddenly it's working. So now I can get rid of these things maybe. Suddenly it's working. I think it changed a parameter here. Okay, so let's go now. We can take the spotlight out of here. We can take the group out, the camera 2 and the floor plane and the sphere. And now it's working. So now we have this, and that's in the center of our fog. So when I go into this default plane, go into parameters, we can now go. So if it doesn't work, throw the thing in. And okay, see, that changed the light factor on the plane to 366. What happens when we go to 0? No. 3.66 it was. All right. It says visible. Okay, visible in render. So I tried to make one from scratch and it didn't work. So I have to possibly use those until I figure out how that works. So what we do now is we go back to our display and we turn this off. Our plane. Takes a moment for that to happen. Okay, and now we go into our surface here in our plane and bring back up our luminance to like, and there we go. See, now we can do it another 9 here. And look at this. See, this even another 9. See, when it gets to the point where it's so bright that it loses its color, it becomes washed out. So there it is. Now if we take the plane in, okay, what we do is we take this plane, we zoom in. like this until our fog wall covers the entire screen like this. And then we take our plane parameter and scale it. What would this be? I can't see now. Would be X. Yeah. We bring this in like this. And now we have this really gradient fog wall. See this? This is amazing. And now we can take our fog here and make it even thinner. A very light fog. And our fog is this is what it's about. This is how you colorize your. This is the second part of our VDB. It's not just having these white VDBs. It's colorizing them, and it's colorizing them. Yeah, it's colorizing the VDBs into. I'm getting my old man voice back. And so I have to cut some of this off of my fingers, or I am going to bite them. Okay, so I hope this is helpful. Now, this may be a little bit too kind of, let's go up to like 5. It's so amazing that you can take these VDBs and densify them. It's just so amazing. And this density relative to size, I don't know what that means. Absorption offset, and these two are also another thing that is very puzzling to me. So, and how do I get this to become really vibrant, okay? That's another thing that's viewport diffuse color. See, I have that up all the way. What if we bring this down a little bit? And another thing is, okay, and so what's happening with this plane is two things, because we don't see it in the camera view, but if there was a mirror or a glass floor, you might see it there, okay? You might see that plane in the glass floor. And that is why you have this other one here. One of them hides it. Add Iray ghost light factor property. And that's what... So one of these hides it to the camera, but if you have a shiny glossy floor, you'll still see it in the floor, and so the other one hides it in reflections. Isn't that interesting? So that's why you have two of these, okay? And I don't understand a lot of this yet. It's all just something that I learned just today, but this is amazing. Now, I see this. All right, I'm wondering what would happen if I put a light in the scene, okay? Because I think maybe my camera... Okay, now I put a light in the scene, And then let's take this light and take a look through it. Spotlight. Let's bring the spotlight out and up. And let's shine the spotlight on in the center of this here. What happens when we add just a little bit of light to it? Now let's look back through the camera. Now let's take our spotlight and give it a little bit of juice. It's not really hitting it yet. So let's go like 9 in here. That's 9. Let's another 9. Hopefully everything actually still works the way it's supposed to. Now I think this is said where our environment, backdrop. What is this now? We go into scene, environment options, scene only. Dome and scene. Okay, that it still looks the same, but why isn't my spotlight working? I mean, that should be really bright right there. Spotlight. Lumens. Color. Let's turn the spotlight like a color. No, this is definitely, the spotlight isn't working. Let's give it some more lumens. I mean, that's a huge amount right there. Another no. Now the spotlight doesn't work. Let's go to white. Beam exponent. Let's look through the spotlight. Okay, am I in the floor still or something? Intensity. Something is really wrong here. Oh, okay. Turn it way up. That's not the way that's supposed to be. Okay, this looks different. This is something. This whole shadow thing, I've never noticed that. Render priority, let's see. What is, okay, that's my plane, okay. It's really weird. It's like, it's only working. This is a brain twister. Something very curious. Because it's like the spotlight, if you have to make like a mirror aware and to say, ignore that object, you don't see that, that is not there, it's not really there, then you would think, well, you'd have to tell the spotlight that it's not there. And see, this is where things become very, very, and that's why they didn't want to fulfill my wish. Because when you have a plane in the scene that's putting off light, that's part of nature. That's what happens. You have a rack of lights, and they're there. Things don't just put off light that don't exist, that aren't there. And see, so this is like NVIDIA saying, where all along they wanted to have this purist thing, like everything has to be according to physics. And so you're not going to have, it's like you stand in a mirror and you're supposed to be there. You know, you can't just tell the mirror, well, ignore that light or ignore the person, so that they're standing in the mirror but nothing's there. And you see, and I think this is a good departure to say, okay, well, some things shouldn't be according to physics. That if you want to tell a mirror that something isn't there, there should be some exceptions. And this is one of those exceptions where this plane here, now there's a possibility that this, where we go into this plane here and we go to this surface thing, and was it emission would be display here. Where was that? That was in display, right? Okay, visible, it's not visible. Now this ghost light factor, what happens when we bring this to 0? No, okay. See, it's still kind of like it's there. Like the spotlight is saying, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't get it. It's not, there's something there. And I know it's there. So what if we take it out of here? Okay, as long as it's not in there, because what's happening, it's the accumulation of dots. It's not there, but what happens is it blocks the dots. So it blocks the lights from going. This is kind of complicated. If we just put it in behind then the accumulation of the specks of particles of smoke, of dust. Oh, I'm looking at the spotlight. I'm doing something really wrong here. Okay, let's bring the spotlight out. So now the spotlight appears to be working. And I'm not sure why it's so low, but okay, let's go back to our camera. And there's our spotlight in front of the camera. So let's go to the camera. Let's go back to the spotlight and move the spotlight back a little more. So it's behind the camera. How about that? And let's try and line this up so that the camera is right in front of the front. Okay, let's get it right here, like that. Now let's go back to our camera. Now we don't see a spotlight there. I don't see any color from this is our plane now. What if we bring the plane up just ever so much closer? I see a tiny bit of color there. Now let's go back to our plane and our surface plane. emission. Let's give this another 9. Now I'm seeing a little more color, kind of try to slip it into this. All right, let's go to our perspective view and see if there's something really glaringly wrong here. Now we have our plane selected. Where is our plane in regard to our... Let's turn the spotlight off. Again. Now let's go back to our camera view. Now I'm seeing the color again slightly. Let's bring the plane back. See, the plane is a light on two sides. It's a two-sided light, so it's beaming the same image on both sides. And I'm not really sure. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. So I've been able to get some results, like that last image of the Bezier of the torus. That was amazing. So let's go back to the camera. Now we have this really high, so it's just a white light. So we go back to emission. We take some of these 9s off of here. And now we've got some color back. I'm wondering if this is like an absorption thing, where it's how well it absorbs. Okay, we've got 5 zeros. Okay. And now we can go here and put a 9 there and a 0 there. Okay. So this is two-sided light. Mission profile. We can make it a little more blue, bluish. Okay. Now let's look at it from the top. Straight down on. Yeah, that plane is going right through the middle. You can see the color here. Okay, the plane. Okay, when I put that, that's our that's the fog. What if we bring this up towards the front a little more? Because it might be just being blocked by the so many dots. It's got the light's got to try to reach its way through. What if we put it in right in front of it, camera? Let's go to the perspective again, because it's going to show its light backwards. It's invisible after all, so it's going to shine its light ahead, but it's also going to shine its light backward. Let's give it another 9. See, now it's washed out, and see, so I'm not sure how to fix that. So let's go to our fog wall. Let's give this another 9, just so that we get some color here. And let's go to our fog wall here, the surface of our scattering multiplier. absorption multiplier. What if we bring this down a little bit? What happens? Scattering offset. Let's try putting that to some sort of white. No, that didn't work. Let's go back to black. Now that changed the wrong thing. Absorption multiplier. Diffuse color. Viewport opacity strength. Now, I mean, there's color there, but doesn't look like what I'm expecting it. I don't know what I expect, but it's just not this completely. Now, the other, let's try a different image. There might be something in the color, in the vibrancy of this particular image. Let's put something else on our plane, okay? A different image. It could be something that I don't understand about the color gamut, you know, of the images. Let's try this. Now what I want to do is go to this again, back to display, and turn this plane on again. Okay, 3-point light factor. Oh, that's visible in render. Okay. See, it's like completely blown out. Let's go to 0. Okay. So this is completely blown out. So we have to take this down before we're not going to get color from it. 9. Okay, this isn't working at all now. Okay, I've done something. I've corrupted this somehow. Let's take the spotlight out of the scene. There's going to be limitations because this, as like I said, it's complicated. Okay, let's see, go back and let's add this to the plane. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start over again with this. We're going to merge this into the scene. And this is the invisible light we want. So let's get rid of this, that, the plane. Okay, let's take this light here and let's turn it on for a moment. Parameter. Emission color. Browse. I really like this right here, but let's try this. Okay, now we go to parameters. Z rotate 0. No, we want it 90. Okay, and rotate Y. No, edit. X. 90. Okay, let's bring this here. Like that. Okay, let's take this now and surface. Let's give this some okay. Now it's lighting this. It's mostly yellow. Let's see, browse. Okay, let's move it closer. Okay, undo. Okay, let's move it like this. Back inside. Okay, now let's go back to our oak wire. We got two cameras. Now we lost our color. Edit. That's weird. Now it just turned into like a... Okay, let's Control Z. I think I just corrupted it again. I may have to use this special camera here. Camera 2. Now it seems, oh well, okay, I might have undone the color. I switched it to a different color. Maybe I didn't. Browse. Well, it's still putting a color on there. So I guess it doesn't matter which camera. I can get rid of the camera 2. I don't think I corrupted it that bad. Let's see now. Let's find this light plane and see where it is. Perspective. Okay, let's pull this ahead a little bit, like about here. And back to the camera. Let's scale it. Parameters. Now scaling. Okay, we want to scale it up and over. Sometimes I found that if you scale it a plane on the Z, like Z is depth, and if you scale it along the Z plane, you can corrupt a plane because it's not supposed to have a width. I'm not positive about that, but okay. Now this is all purple. See, it's not lighting this like I would expect it to. I'm expecting it to have little bits of color every, and it's like all one color. So something, it may be the fog wall. Let's get rid of the fog wall and put some kind of other wall in here, some other thing. Let's put this fog. Now suddenly, yeah, see, I went in, that's what was wrong, is I went in and changed the parameters of the fog. And suddenly it became not responsive to my light. Like I needed a ton of light to just even light it a little bit. See, that's the problem here, is that you have to sometimes start over with this stuff until, okay, so this is our primary. Let's go to our surfaces. Now we can take this luminance down. It was just so bright it was washing out the color. There we go. Now we've got some kind of Star Trek-y thing going on here. See, this is pretty nice. So let's take and zoom out on this whole wall here and see how big it is. Let's move our light in the front, into the front of it. Well, okay, let's move it, yeah, out here. Now let's move up here. Is it outside? Yeah, it's got to go inside. I'm finding that that's the way to do it, is to make sure that it goes into the VDB. There we go. So now we're back in business. So the thing is to now that we have these the ability to really illuminate these VDBs in really amazing ways, now we have to learn what these other parameters like the absorption factors and all of those work, how they work in the VDBs and how they're going to respond to being lit from within like this in such a dynamic way. So we go now here to this and we go back down to our color and let's browse and find something. Let's try this. Now why this is just like suddenly really powerful, I don't know. Like some images are kind of, well, maybe it has less black in it. So let's go 2, 3. Like it probably amalgamates the black and all these other. Let's go to 1. See, this is really nice. Now let's go to 2. Let's go to 2. All right, see, I would expect that this would show this pattern here, but it's not, you know. And that's what's kind of, it's kind of, all right, so then let's find out why it's not showing that pattern. It's probably doubled. It's probably showing 2 patterns. See, it looks like we've got 1 here and 1 there. Let's see. Let's go down to our vertical to horizontal tiles. Let's turn this back on. So we go to display and turn it on and see what we've got. Okay, that's what we've got within here. Is this. It shows us our image. Okay, okay, I've stretched it. So what if we give it 2 of these along the vertical plane, along the horizontal plane? So we go surface, horizontal tiles, let's go 2. No, that did a vertical tile. It goes 1. I'm not sure why. So let's go vertical and go 2 here. There. Now let's turn this off and see. I'm trying to get like distinctive white spots and distinctive. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do this because this type of fog might. Well, let's see. Let's see what we've got here. Let's turn it back off again. Now we're going to go to display. Okay, so this is giving me some sort of like white patches and so this is interesting. Now, so we move in a little closer and it's giving me some sort of pattern. So now let's go back to the surfaces. Let's try some of these. So I'm going to be going on, I don't know what you would call these kind of images. Oh, look at this now. But you see, now this is a little darker. It's got more darkness in it. So you have to take and come in here and bump up the lumens a little more. Maybe to 9, I don't know. Now this is really nice. So suddenly we have something really interesting. So we take this smoke cube, and now we take and go into the multiplier, and we go down to maybe 0.3. Okay, now the density, you bring the density down. Okay, this just made me think of something. When you're driving down the road in fog, the more fog that there is, the more it shines your headlights back at you. And so if the fog is so deep, so thick, your headlights are going to be really, really bright because it's blocking the light from going through the fog. So when you take and lower the density of the fog, so if we think of it the opposite way and raise the density and make the fog really dense, like say go 8. There we go. Now we're getting something really, it's because this light is trapping the color within it. It's not just escaping out of the fog. So we go, let's see, 10. But how do we make it thin now that we've got the color here? We've got, see, it's a complicated thing, because we're not actually making the particles, colorizing each little dot. Okay? We're imposing color upon them. Okay? So it's not. And so when you take the density down of your the density, the light escapes and fewer particles. So okay, so what you would need to do is make the particles more sensitive, absorb the light more, okay? And so this absorption offset, right now it's black, okay? So I would say that it has to do with this absorption. Right now it's black. What happens when we make it white? Okay, it's almost like it's just the opposite. When it's black, it absorbs. Scattering offset. See, these are the parameters that we have to learn about. So what if we make the scattering offset white? That is not at all what I expected it to do. It's almost like it just said scatter that way or something. Okay, so we make it black. What if we pick something in the middle, like blue? See, that isn't what I expected at all either. It's like that is a colorizing element, so it's like it will do the opposite. We make it green, and it's doing the opposite kind of thing, like color wheel, kind of opposite. Scattering offset, so it's changing the color itself. That is very interesting. What about this pastel green? See, it went to the really deep primary colors. When we put a pastel in, if we go red, it's probably going to go pastel. Oh, it went green. See, it went the opposite of red. And I don't understand how that works with color and all. Purple, then it goes into the red and green. It's went away from the blue and purple. It's all like the opposite. Pink is going to probably be yellows, and green, it goes to the green, and purples, and orange. So this is a way of just altering the overall color of something, but black is what brings us back to what it's supposed to. Now, viewport diffuse color, I think that is not going to have anything to do with the rendering. One of these changes the particle colors. Absorption multiplier. Now this sounds interesting here. So what if we go more towards black? Will it absorb more light? Yes. Okay, so it got brighter. Okay, absorption multiplier. Now when we go to white, which you would think it would get brighter, it gets darker. So that is a so it absorbs less light. So how about if we go into this absorption multiplier, put it about in the middle, and then we can make it diffuse less, like bring this down to 5, or down to something really low, like 0.05. All right, now we bring this down towards dark again, and it gets brighter. So the absorption multiplier, that would be this. Or is it that's the scattering multiplier. Let's make that back to black. That was supposed to be white, I guess. Okay, so the absorption multiplier, the more we go to black, the more it absorbs. So if we bring that to black, this is the way we get a very thin colorized fog. Let's see. Now let's go to the multiplier again. Density. It's not quite working the way I think it's supposed to work. Okay, absorption offset. See, that didn't work the way I would have thought it would work either. So this is white, and with the absorption offset, now, okay, we'll go back to black, and then let's try a different color. Now see, that's not doing anything. Thank you very much, Lee Moon. Thank you for watching. Very nice. Please subscribe. I would love to have you here and give your inputs. I am trying to pay attention. As you can see, when I look over and I see the chat, I am somebody who will respond and chat. Not to say that there's anybody out there that doesn't. I think most of the YouTube people are really good at responding to people. I am glad you're enjoying this. This is a wonderful technology right now. So we're going to take this fog out, and we're going to try this square. Let's try this fog here. Ooh, now look, see, this is just, and let's take this this plane out. So we're going to take the group, take out our plane. Let's try this with another Bezier here with this fog, with a torus. So yes, feel free to to give your input, be part of this, because you enrich this experience that everybody. My friend Angus is here. He's here all the time, and usually I'm here alone with Angus, and I love being here with Angus, but I'm sure he really, really, really enjoys it when we have somebody else here in our live event. So now we're going to do this again with this torus. We're going to run this script on the torus. Now we're going to run, and if you want to know how to set up, because we're using the beta right now, where you have to use the beta to do this in Daz, and so you have to watch this video from the beginning, and it will show you step by step how to get this to work. And also then you end up with two Dazes, so that while you're rendering with one, you can have another Daz working. So this is a really awesome tutorial here for anybody who wants to use two Dazes. So now we have this torus here. Let's give this a base color, browse, and let's give it this color. And then we're going to have to turn up the emission color to white. I might have forgotten to do that on, to white. And it's starting to light up these things. And we have to give it some lumens. Let's go to 9. Oh, look how it lit them all up like that. But we wanted to have some color, so now we're going to give it a browse. I thought I did that, but I guess not. Oh, now look at that. So let's bring this color down a little bit. All right, and now even a little bit more. Let's go to 5, and then let's take this and make it larger. So we'll go into here and scale this. So we're going to scale this so it's nice and big. And then we're going to make it disappear. That's what this is all about, is these ghost. Is the ghost phenomenon here. So now we can go here into surfaces. Default, okay, torus, no, into parameters. Display, yes, we have a ghost factor. And look at that now, see? Isn't this nice how what we can do with our fog? So we can take now this fog, we can put a different image on this torus. Browse. Let's try this funkadelic one. Now see, that didn't do what I was kind of expecting. A lot of these, it just kind of turned them orange. And so I don't understand. Maybe some of these images are tiny. They're too small to put the detail into. I'm not sure. I think I got the largest images that I could. But, all right, let's see what this does. See, this is nice. So let's look at it from the top. Okay, now there's our torus. Let's look at it right from the top so we can get this aligned properly. So we go here. There we go. And let's make it a little larger. Okay. Now I think it's got too much white in it. So let's take down our lumens some. Let's put this down to like 3. Like down to 2 maybe. Maybe down even a little more. There we go. So now we have this fog, this effect, and it's colorized. You see, before it was just white, and now we have this color added to it, which is nice. Now let's bring this in. You know, black is going to show this up the best, but let's put a sky in here and see what happens when we put like a figure in the center of this scene and like some grass on the ground or something. Some kind of grass scene here. All right, so we're gonna we have our scene set. Environment would be set to parameters. Let's find an HDRI. So we'll go to Files, Default, Render Settings. Come on, come on. Okay, let's find an HDRI, something kind of recognizable here. Maybe this one here. Okay, I have to go to Environment, Backdrop, None. Background, none. Dome and scene. Okay, I don't know that I can change this. Maybe to white and then back to black. I think there's some kind of bug here about the background, that you can't get rid of it. Oops, we don't want the back. Okay, draw dome is on. I don't know how to, let's delete the environment and bring it back. Bring back, create. Environment, I think it put them back in automatically. Now environment, background, none. Layered image editor. Is there something in here? New layer. Let's get rid of the layer. Remove the selected layer. What did that do? Environment map. Okay, draw dome. I think that's what you have to do, is remove that layer. Draw dome is on. Okay, we may not have enough light in the scene. No, the sky is supposed to be the light. Now there could be an intensity problem here. Let's set this back to reset. And okay. None. Okay. Have you been here long, Ed? Yeah, we have some fun we're doing some fun stuff with this one. Yeah, I don't know if you got to see any of the beginning of this, but I have shown you guys how to, you want to watch the beginning of this because you're going to learn how to use the beta version so that you have two Dazes. And so you can, while you're rendering one, you could be working on another project, and it works flawlessly with your setup. So I wonder if I have a plane or something. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this scene here, and we're going to take the environment and the smoke, and we're going to save them. File, Save As, scene subset, and smoke and torus. Smoke and torus. How do you torus? Save. Okay, we just want the smoke and the torus. We'll put a new camera in. Accept. Okay, now let's do a file new. I think there's a bug in Daz that once you put a backdrop in, it's like, I don't know how to get rid of it. I've not learned how to get rid of the backdrop. Would you like to save? No. Okay, now we can go into our content here. Welcome, Ted. Welcome to here. Wow, we got some people who, we got a new Lee here. I've never I don't think had Lee here yet. We got 4 likes tonight. Thank you very much, people, for the likes. So, Ted, you're going to want to go back and watch the beginning, and Ed and Lee. If you haven't seen the beginning of this video, you want to watch it, okay? We are working in the Daz beta build, okay? So it shows, I show you how to install, download. The Daz beta build is free, and it gives you 2 Dazes so that you have so that you can have one Daz open, and if you ever need to open another Daz, you just open it and you can work on 2 things at once. That's number 1, but the Daz beta build has this new feature, and what happens when they come out with a new beta build, I show you everything about how to set it up and install the new beta build on your computer. And the new and when they come out with the new beta, the beta, you're only allowed 1 beta on your computer at a time. So when they come out with the new one, it just refreshes your beta that you have. So when it comes out with a new public build, that refreshes your public build. When it comes out with a new beta, it refreshes your beta build. So this is really nice, but what we're able to do is try out new features that are, so if you go into the Daz store and you look for the beta build, you can download it. I would watch the beginning of this video because the first thing I teach about in this video is how to install the beta build, okay? And so because you don't want to mess up your library, your content library or anything like that, and there are a few little quirks to doing it. So when you get a chance, watch the beginning of this video. So, all right, now we're going to go here to save files. And we are looking for this right here. And here are a lot of my saved things. Default, we are looking for this funky little thing here called Smoke and Torus. Okay. Now let's see if this works like it's supposed to. Now we should be able to put a... Okay, it's working like it's supposed to. Now we're going to put in a render settings here. Let's go and look for a sky. So what we have here is, it's a way of colorizing VDB files. And I have been looking for a way to do that for a while. So I'm going to just kind of go ahead so that if you watch this video all the way through, you won't have to have me teach the same thing twice and then have to go and skip ahead or whatever. So just watch the beginning of the video. Okay, now it looks like we're going to have, yeah, we have a color here. So now let's put a plane in here. We'll go and put some grass from, or I just find some ground, and so that we don't have like a massive like ultra scenery grass or something. Ground. We'll put something that's light on our resources here. But something nice. Some kind of nice. So you go into files and you can search for like specific things. You probably all know that. But files is the way you can find like ground or grass or something like that. And now I like these little ground things, but they're I don't think they're Iray. But they, for some reason, look really nice in Iray anyway. That's ground cover. Okay, those are... Okay. Props. These are ground props. Let's look for a kind of grassy ground or something. I've used those before. These ground patches. Angus maybe. He's in and out. He'll probably be back. Let's see. These are props. Okay, let's see. This one's a prop. Let's see what this ground looks like. Okay. I didn't realize that this was so large. Okay, this ground, it's not quite big enough. So let's, oh, what did I just delete? Edit, undo. No, it was the ground. Okay, let's delete the torus, the ground. Okay, this is all still here. I'm not sure why everything looks different now, but let's see. Now, let's find another ground. Something maybe really large. Prop. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, this looks pretty big. Yeah. All right, looks good. Oh! Did the mice wake you up? All right, so look at that color that just came out of that now. So we're going to move this smoke here. I hope you had a good nap, Angus. Yes, I had my nap earlier today. Okay, so this is really strange how my torus here, oh, it's so large. Okay, it's the torus. Okay, now we're understanding what is going to happen with our ground here, because the torus is going to color the ground as well. Okay, so what we might want to do is, see, you can do this with any. Ah, very good. Unless the phone rings. Yeah, well, you probably need it. So let's see if we can. This torus is invisible now. It's a new, this is a new thing where we can add. Okay, now the sky isn't incredibly. This is something that I have to think about, okay? Because we have a couple of things here now. It's just something that it's so new to me that I just have to like absorb it. Now the torus, we can move the torus up even higher. And it's going to, the torus is going to shine. The torus is now, and it's now a ghost light. And we before this, we were not able to make these, what are they called? These into ghost lights, these. See, this is not bad. This, because if you put like a wizard in here, see, this looks like, it looks pretty like a good little area for a wizard to be casting a spell, you know? It really does kind of like, even though the ground is colored, it's not bad. And before, the thing is what you'd have to do is put 1,000 little lights, little point lights in here. And this isn't too bad. This is not bad. So let's put a figure into our scene here. Let's go to put a figure in here. Now, let's put an 8-1 figure. I have so few things for Genesis 9 figures, even though they're beautiful. Let's see now. Let's go to, we're going to go into my saved files again. And we will find my Genesis 8 male. 8-1 male. What I do is I take at Genesis 8 and 8-1 males, and I put, or my figures that I use, like Genesis figure. I'll take a Genesis figure and put a beard and some pants on them and some body hair and hair on them, so that when I can bring them into a scene real quick and they're just kind of ready to go. Now my computer is just sitting and thinking and thinking and thinking. Let's go File, Save As, Scene, and let's call this Wizard of the Wizard of the Sphere. Okay. Save. All right, so we have that. Now, for some reason, my files aren't showing up. Okay, let's try this again. My hard drives aren't reading. Come on. There we go. Finally. Thanks for deciding to check in here. So this is 8-1. I don't think you can delete these once you get them in here. So sometimes I'll just put another thing right over top of that, and you can replace them. But if you just use the same name. So this is going to give us our 8-1 figure with some clothes on. And then we can dress him in maybe a wizard thing. This sky looks a little bit ominous. So before this, these didn't have any color at all. So that's the difference, is that right now they have color, and it's like a gradient. The color moves through them rather than it being like a little spot of color here, like a point light of color here and a point light of color, or putting little point lights in each one. Which would be a lot of work. You can just take this torus and light the whole kind of area up. And then you can put any picture you want on the torus. So that's the really kind of interesting thing, new development that's here. So we are in some changing times, and so you're going to see a lot of VDBs come out that are going to be much, much different than what we've been buying. Okay, so here we go. Now we have a figure in our scene. And let's see what happens when we put a spotlight on him. Now, I think because now I'm not used to this select a lesson down here. This is a lot of this when you put in the beta version, it doesn't remember your it doesn't know your setup. Okay. So let's let's turn this towards the front of our character, and then we'll take the foreground and rotate that the way we want it to be. Y rotate 9. We'll put the foreground where we want it to be, like. Okay, that's not rotating the way I kind of thought it was going to. Okay, let's go Y. X trans. Y rotate. X translate. All right, and then let's bring it Z. And what if we do something like this? Y translate. Okay. Now this Bezier, this torus, I don't know why I keep calling it that. Let's see now. Y scale, so we can scale it like this. And I think there's a way to change the diameter, but I forget how to do that. So now let's go back into, okay, this is our image. The image isn't very exciting that's on this Bezier, this torus. So what we're going to do is go into the torus and find something, browse. Well, that didn't change yet. That certainly didn't change. Torus. Browse. Okay, we have a, well, let's just go into, it will change when we go into Iray. Not sure why it didn't. Okay, surfaces. Now let's take a look at this surface parameter. Let's take a look at this surface. See if it changed here. Yeah, it does look like it changed. Why does that look like glass? There are some really interesting, there's just so many different parameters going on here. That would have to do with surface. We could call that emission. Okay, now I might have, oh, the base color. Let's say none. There. That shouldn't be in base color. That should just be in emission color, I believe. Yes, and so we go now into the luminance. Nine. Okay, let's take a look at this in this doesn't look like it's putting off any color. I'm going to take the torus out and put a new torus in. What other shapes have we got? We got cylinders, sphere, cone, let's try the torus again. Okay. Let's go to 9 here. Now let's scale the torus like this, and then we'll do the Y thing again. That's about right. And then okay. And let's put our things on here. This is the visible to primary rays and the light factor script. Then we can put our surface on, emission color to white. Then the emission color, let's browse. Find something cool. Let's try that. Why? Oh, it doesn't show up. That's right. I don't think it shows up in it only shows up in Iray. Luminance 9. Okay, there we go. And now we can make this display. All right, it's not here. Okay, we got to set this on there. Okay, there we go. All right, now we can go here and turn. And then we can turn this down a little bit. Iray ghost light factor. Now we go into the surfaces and bring this down to like 5. We're down to 2. Now, see what I'm learning by bringing the ground in here and my figure is is this whole thing about sensitivity of what absorbs light. And so you have him, the ground seems to be very reflective, responsive to the light, where he seems less responsive than the ground. But he's further away. The light is like the torus is like around from him. Okay, so let's move him up so he's standing on the ground. How I could fix this, where I could probably take the ground texture and give it less shine or something like that. But see, this isn't that bad. And before, you'd have to put like a little light in each one of these little puffs to light them up, and now you can light them with a piece of geometry. And now I'm thinking, now these little pieces of light, I think there's a way to convert them to mesh. So if get this now, if you take these little puffs here and you convert them to mesh, and you copy this whole piece of geometry, see, there is going to be some massive stuff coming, because you can convert these little puffs into meshes, and then you could copy them, leave the puffs, convert the meshes, and then put textures on the meshes and make the meshes invisible, so you can then light each puff with a mesh. And see, so you can stretch colors onto the mesh. So there is going to be some really amazing stuff coming here. Let's take our torus here. Let's play with some of these colors here. See, I just downloaded these pictures from Google. I found just a bunch of Mod Podge kind of colors. And I thought I got more of them than I did, but okay, here's where we go with the red one. See, there's a lot of black in this, so I might need to add more lumens to bring it up. Yeah, see, this is really incredible. Let's go 9.9. Let's see what happens. Wow. See, this is amazing. So now the emission color, I can colorize the colorization, but I don't really care for that much. Now I think if I'd brought it up, I can take and change the emission color this way as well, the temperature, but it still has that pattern in it. Now let's mess with this some more. Let's bring this down some. Yeah. Browse. That's kind of interesting. See, so all these patterns. And now I look back at this torus. You see, I can play with this for like ever. This is so fun. Now we get to look at our image and see. Now, okay, it's not really stretching around this torus the way I thought it was supposed to, like the color. It's like stretching around it in a weird way. So maybe what I can do with this torus is change the way it's the texture. Okay, it would be here. Emission profile. I don't see how to change the UV set. Okay, angle. See, that didn't do anything, really. Now, there's a way to do this. Round areas. Okay, vertical offset. Okay. Let's tile and horizontal offset. Okay, and vertical tiles. And if we bring this down a little bit, what happens? Top coat weight. Oh, that's if you run a surface around it. Glossy color. Let's turn that off to black so we don't have a... What if this was black? Wow, that just gave us a much more intense color. That may be the thing we're looking for. So now we can come in here and give this, well, do the emission color back to white. And bring this up 9, another 9, and we might get, no, that's too much. Let's go 2. Let's go now to back to there. All right, let's make this disappear. See what happens. All right, I'm thinking about something here now. Okay, we take this and we scale it in like this. Like that. And then we edit, duplicate, and we scale. Oh, I didn't want to do that. And we scale this one out like that. And then we put a different image on this. Let's go with that red image. Okay. And now we go back down to here. Then we take these toruses and make them disappear again. See what this does for our... Ah, look at this now. Now we're getting something kind of magical. We can do this more. These go way out. They extend out. So there, we can take this now, this torus here on the outside, edit, duplicate, and scale that. And then we change the color of that. Which is here. Let's go to wow, now what we do is we just take these and put them in a group. Group them. Where's our group? Okay. All right, there's our torus group. Now we can move them up a little bit or down together. Wow. See, look at that. See, this is pretty amazing. Now let's do something funky with him. Let's put some wizard. Wizard clothes. Wardrobe. Wardrobe. This is so amazing, these colors here. This is really something. Wow, look what it did to this. Look, this amazing. Now before this it was just all gray little puffs of, now look at that color. This is amazing, and it's so localized. It's right where you want. I don't have to shine it from above or shine it. It's right in the scene. This is where it's amazing. Okay, look at that. Now our wizard is, so let's do something with the, now of course I'm going to switch this out for ultra scenery grass and ground. So that will be nice, but we're going to do something with the sky. Environment. Let's save this. And I'll probably put a light on him from something, but the scene might light him up more. Let's see what kind of render settings we can find here. Okay. Let's see. What have we got here? If I make it too yellow, it's going to take all the color out of this. Maybe not. Yeah, see, it did. And the sun is doing something really weird. The sun doesn't know what to do with them, with that color, with those things. The sun, I don't know what to do here either. It's like the sun doesn't doesn't realize. Now this may be what I have to do with this tour group is that other icon here. Light factor property. I don't know. Let's see, because I don't understand this, but it's something to do here with this. Ghost light factor, maybe? Let's try a high number, like 33. Try 33 on all three of them. No, that didn't seem to make them go away. Like the sun doesn't know what to do with them. Yes, Adam is awesome. He's the really beautiful. Adam is beautiful. So you're going to love Adam, Ed. Adam comes with anatomical elements, and you have to turn them off. When you bring him into the scene, it's already there. Let's go back to 1. Yeah, he is beautiful, very beautiful. I am not sure what to do about this now. Because the sun doesn't know that they're invisible. Okay? That's a problem here. I wonder if... Let's move the sun around a little bit. Move the sky around, see what happens. So this is still in the beginning. The sun isn't aware that they're invisible. And I'm not sure how to fix that. So let's go to the environment options. Let's move the sun around a little bit. Now, almost every angle they're showing up. And it's also, now it could be this particular HDRI. This is an older set of HDRIs. Let's try a different kind. And maybe some of the HDRIs are aware of the sun, of it. I don't know. It could be a setting in the HDRI. Let's try something that I know is a little newer. I think is newer. I don't know if they're newer, but I think these ones are a little newer. These ones that say Iray. I don't know why they say Iray, but... yes, see, this one is aware of it. See, that's weird. Look at that. Now, okay, so those are probably not Iray HDRIs, and I don't know why, because they're like my favorite HDRIs of all of them. What about this thing? I'm wondering if these are Iray. That's one way to tell if they're Iray. No, these are not Iray. Okay. Let's see now. We can only use the ones that say Iray. Yeah, Atom is really nice for a yes, Lee. Atom is really nice for a Genesis 9 male. Yep. I would say he's probably the best Genesis 9 male. There's a problem with Atom when you take off his anatomical elements. It leaves a little square there but it doesn't matter. You're going to put pants on him anyway, so you know. It's no big deal. I think they'll fix that eventually, or you could take the maps in and clone that area. These are nice ones right here. This is a nice set. This'll work. Now I think that just turned the ground on, so I have to turn the ground back off. These ones will work, I think. These are really nice HDRIs. Let's try it again. Okay, I might have to turn the ground off. Yeah, for Genesis 9, I would say I think he's my favorite. Okay, now this didn't work. Let's see. Maybe it is working, but let's see. This, we have to take and turn the ground off. Infinite sphere. No, infinite sphere. Well, because if you put pants on him, the pants aren't smart enough to go around the elements, okay? And so then you just have them sticking out of the pants. And also if you know, if he's going to have clothes on, so that's why. I think. Okay, visible from below, ground off. Okay. No, so this one doesn't know enough. This one is not aware. So something is making the sun the aware of these. Let's try the icy lake one. Something's making them aware. Okay, now this one is aware of them because you don't see the shadow. And let's see if we move the sun around and make it really prominent. Let's see. This is very interesting because it means that possibly it's not something that's got to be written into the code. That there's possibly some kind of setting here. Okay, ground reflectivity, draw ground off, okay. That there might be some kind of setting here in the environment that makes the sun aware of ground position mode. Yeah, Adam is the nicest. He's very nice. Yeah, I could have used Adam in here, but I would have had to auto fit the wizard costume. So we're gonna now this. So this is interesting. The blue really wipes the color out of. So this is until I figure out fantasy above the clouds. Until I figure out what it is that makes the sun not aware of these spheres and all, of these toruses. Sorry, I'm trying to think while I'm working on this. try turning the ground shadow intensity off to 0. Okay, let's put one of those. I've never used that. Okay, I've never used that. Let's try that. That would be nice because that would solve it. Then we would know exactly what is causing this. So let's try one of these that showed that. That is a very good suggestion. I would never have thought of that. So let's see. There is a ground. This would be in the environment. Let's put this back on the one that shows this thing here, because these are my favorite skies. The skies of radiance, the skies of irradiance, I guess. Now this is the one that shows it. Now let's see if we can find the ground shadow here. Environment intensity. Dome and scene. We have infinite scene. Where is that located? Yes, okay. Ground position mode, auto. Let's see. No, that's the ground position. That changes the ground. Draw ground is off. Matte, ground fog. Ground rotation. Environment blur. Environment draw dome. Was this environment intensity? The ground shadow. I'm not finding that parameter. I thought there was one like that. Ground texture scale. The ground off is okay. Let's see the infinite sphere. Let's try finite sphere. Visualize finite dome. Let's try a few of these. Okay, now that's that didn't work. Let's try some of these. Let's try the environment lighting resolution. Some of these have. I think you might be on to something here. Now, dome radius, ground texture scale is off. We need to look at these. Dome radius, scale multiplier. Now, see, I think some of these things are new because I don't think there was visualize. Dome, no. Draw dome, okay. Dome only. See, that didn't work. Finite box. Finite sphere with ground. Infinite sphere with ground, no. No, I think it's tied in with, because these don't, okay, these sunset HDRIs for Iray. So they say Iray too, but only some of these are working like this. Only some of them, some of these skies, and I don't know, because this is a pretty intense environment intensity. Now we have two different things. We have let's go to the normal dome and scene. And then let's go to infinite sphere. Those are the normal kind of settings. And then we have resolution, the lighting resolution. And then we have environment intensity. Let's bring that down to 0 and see what happens. Well, it just turned everything. But what's really weird is that so let's bring this up to 8,000. Light resolution. Let's bring that up to 5. 25. No, 0. Let's reset it. Yeah, see, those skies do have a very focused, right, because some of these skies are not very focused. Edit main HDRI light. Okay, let's go bring this back to reset. See, these are really focused. These are really bright. That's why I love these. So edit main HDRI light. Okay, HDRI light. Oh, you mean in the tone mapper? No, that wouldn't. Could be in the tone mapper, something in here. Let's find, okay, now this is set, all of these are set to, in the tone mapper, they're set to default. Now we go into here and, okay, I changed the lighting resolution, reset that back. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, now that's that. Lighting blur. See, that didn't do it. Oh, the edit was for your comment. Okay, might be the main light is too. I see what you're saying. And cast a sharp shadow. Yeah, see, there is that thing about that. And my understanding is when a light is far away, it creates a diffused shadow. And when it's closer or maybe more intense or brighter, it creates a sharp shadow. There shouldn't be any shadow here because it's not supposed, these are supposed to be invisible. And so something in this HDRI is saying, I don't know what that object is. That's because it's not supposed, these aren't supposed to exist. They're not supposed to be there. And so it's odd that some of the skies are aware of it and say, oh, you're not there. And some of them aren't. Let's try some of these. Let's try and see, analyze. Now, how about these clear skies? Let's try some of these clear skies. These are going to come, I don't think these, 7 a.m. This is 7 a.m. clear sky. This is the same person who makes these that makes my favorite skies. This is this DTSol. I think that's them. They make my favorite skies. I could just, any skies they make, I really love. So now we have to turn the ground off. Now, see, this isn't doing it, but yeah, you're right. The light is kind of diffused. But even if I move it around, or let's change the intensity up to like 5. Yeah, see, even when I turn the intensity up, there's no shadow here. So you would think that it's just, it's aware of this. Now let's see if anything is here. Dome rotation is at 0. Let's move the dome around a little bit and see. Still, it's not, nothing is showing that. Ground reflectivity. Look at this, though. Is black. All right, turn the ground off. Yes, I will. I think this will, I probably will just put it up in the forum and ask about it and show some pictures and say some HDRIs show this. This is so new. I don't think most Daz people are aware that you can do this because it's still in the beta. We have to use the beta to actually do this. So this is so new that oh, okay. Now all right, these see, I don't know how this light factor and the ghost ghost factor, okay, because I think you maybe have to fine tune them also, because this one right here makes it so you can make it. There are two scripts, okay, and the scripts come with these pages. You go here to Jay's video that he put out today, and it's this and he explains basically how these work. And it's a short video, but it is full of a ton of like vital information. So he pretty much provides everything you need to know in a very short video. Now, he leads you to this page, which is the ghost light guy, and he gives you 3 examples and 2 scripts, okay? And you put the scripts into a folder, and they show up in your... And I explain how to do that in the beginning of my video. Jay doesn't explain that, but I explain it. He does explain it, but it's very quick, and you have to kind of stop it and pause it on every word. But he does explain it. So now then you get these 2 scripts. This script makes the spheres disappear in your camera, okay? And then this, well, that is so awesome, Lee, because we can learn together. You can come in and help to steer these projects and into more learning. We can learn more, having, you know, all you people, having Ted in here and Ed and Angus. He just enjoys watching this, and so just, yeah, the more people that we can bring in here, and everybody can work together, and we can all learn this stuff together. And now what's odd, okay, this is, it's not casting a shadow, but it is lighting the ground, because there's a lot of red in this. So, and I have them quite close to the ground. So, and it looks like my colors, I don't, like this last one, this last torus, I think I could stretch that out more, make it even larger, so I can cover the tips of the other colors. Yeah, see, this is really amazing. So so this one makes them, adds this button here. So you click on this script, and you click on the any like you can be a plane, or even I could probably turn him into a light and then put textures on him that are emissive. So any mesh you can turn into a ghost light. Now this is so amazing. So now this is still not large enough to cover all those little pieces out around the edge. Let's do that and see what happens. I might have to... Okay, now it seems, now we got little pieces in the middle here, so let's take this one and stretch that out to fill the center here. Okay, that's good. And then we can take this one here and stretch that a little bit more. to fill this little area in here. Okay. So now they should cover the thing is now I'm seeing little pieces up above here. So if I just take and scale them Y, scale that Y, scale this Y, just make them a little higher. Ooh, and then this one here, scale this one Y. Okay. Now, okay, that sort of worked. Okay, it seems to have covered everything here. Not exactly, but it's hard to tell with this particular. But they with this particular sky. So now let me just finish this again so that you kind of understand, because I don't understand it. But this one makes the torus invisible to the camera, in the viewport. But the thing is they reflect. But they, like, if this was a glass floor, they would show as a reflection in the glass floor. Okay? That's different than the sun casting a shadow on them and blocking the light. Okay? But the thing is this one, when you click and add this to the sphere, this stops them from casting a reflection on the floor. Okay? Or in a mirror that's nearby, or anything that it could reflect off of. Now that's different than the sun saying, aha, I think you're still there, and casting, and then creating, it creating a shaded area. That's different. So I would assume that there's going to be another one of these scripts made that's going to make the sun aware of these types of objects. I used to use them a lot, but then I started using spotlights, and they're just spotlights or ghost lights, and I like a lot of people tell me that spotlights aren't natural, and I'm not really sure exactly why they're not natural, but I like the way I can take a spotlight and light one side of the face and have the other side of the face really kind of in shadow, and I can create dramatic effects with spotlights. So I used to use ghost lights in everything, and then I just kind of gravitated towards spotlights, and I use spotlights. It's just the first thing that pops in my mind, and I rarely ever use radial lights or these linear point lights. I think they're both the same anyway, but I just use the spotlights. Give me this ability to just really focus the light where I want it, and so I use them. I used to use mesh lights and light them, but the thing about mesh lights is getting them to disappear. Now you can make a mesh light and make it disappear. So these mesh lights, I'm kind of going out on a limb to say they're much better than ghost lights, because you can put a texture on them. That's what we're seeing, is you can put a texture on them, and then and a ghost light you can't. That's the thing about a ghost light. A ghost light you can just put a color on, and that's it. A color like white or yeah, spots are my thing. But they were not. Everything was ghost light for me, and then I started playing around with the mesh lights for a while, and so just turning a mesh light into an emissive and using them, and a lot of my stuff, but I found that the spotlights give me a more dramatic look. I can focus. I usually don't like shine it right straight on their face. I'll usually do one side or the other or something like that. And they just give me, or point it up or point it down. If you point it down too much, their nose, sometimes spots create a hard shadow, and they will so they'll have this big nose. Sometimes I don't notice those things until somebody said, it looks like they have a hole in their face, and it's like, oh, that's a shadow, and I didn't even notice it. And spotlights, if it's too high, it won't illuminate their eyes, and so their eyes will be just like two big black spots. So you have to make sure the spotlight is down low enough to at least illuminate their eyes. So, yep. It's kind of, you have to do it all the time. It's like you just, unless you want their eyes, you're going for that effect of their eyes not having any color or yeah, you can, but even if it's coming from the top, it's still going to the spread angle. You just have to move. If you have a shadow, you have to move the spotlight so that the shadow looks right. So you have to move if you don't want a hard shadow. And the thing is with spotlights also, the closer you are, the harder the shadow. And so if you bring the spotlight, I think you're right, Ted. If you spread the angle, you'll get less of a hard shadow. Yeah, you're right about that. So, and that's the same thing as moving the spotlight just back and making it more intense. Because it diffuses more, I guess. I don't, I'm so glad I have people here who do this so I can learn, because I really don't know everything about this. I consider probably my best quality about this is kind of having an eye to say, oh, that looks good. I think that's my... So yeah, I use a 3 ghost light setup and always illuminate the eyes and have a custom Iray shader for the cornea to catch the glint. Oh, that's nice. And I move the other 2 lights to give a dramatic shadowing. Oh, very, very nice. See, I don't do a lot of portraits. I do, because I have 2 3090s, I do like giant scenes. And so I don't, as long as their eyes are lit and there's like one side of their face is kind of lit and the other side is a little bit, to give that dramatic effect, it's usually enough, even though I do like to make sure that I have a what would you call it? I do like to make sure that I have a nice skin. Usually the skin, I'll even an 8K skin, if I can get an 8K skin, I'll put it on them even though they're kind of far away. I even put 8K skin on him just because I just think it's better. But as you can see, I'm setting up for a scene and he's probably going to be, so far away, this far away, and there might be something else. Like I was thinking about a wizard tower in the background. We've got to switch this darned. I've got to find a really good HDRI for this. So these aren't working. A standing portrait and kind of guy. I'm in the ed camp. Oh, with anatomical elements. That's cool. I put all of my art on YouTube, and I have 2 places that that is really good. That's nice. Lee, a lot of my fans would love that, but they're on YouTube and YouTube doesn't allow it. So, and I'm okay with that. I just, you know, all of the thing is my artists will my art will they're scantily dressed. They're, you know, I usually don't have a shirt on, and like they don't like ever have shirts on, and if I can get them in bikinis or something like that, that's even better. You know, and on the beach. My fans, that's what they want. That's what they want. But I can't go any further because of YouTube's policies. And, you know, I don't mind. I don't mind that they have to have some kind of clothes on, you know. It's just, but the thing is that I can put an image on YouTube, and within 2 days, sometimes I'll get like 1,500 likes. And so, you know, that means that YouTube showed my image to possibly, you know, 20 or 30,000 people in order for me to get 1,500 likes. So, you know, it's a really, really nice situation. I'm on YouTube right now, you know, so it's a really nice situation. We got some twilight skies. Let's see if these work and create let's go with the 8K skies. It could be just a difference between like a 6K sky. Okay, now this is weird. Oh, did I change like the something in here? Let's take a look at this. I might have changed like the intensity of something. Oh, this is what's DA? Fully understand YouTube also do costume characters, but almost all are standing portraits. Okay. Very nice. We'll try a different one. I think, yeah, I changed the environment intensity. So, okay. This doesn't look like it's... So these, there's a bunch of skies here. So, and these don't look like they're casting any shadow. I would love to figure out what it is. Now, look, this environment tint is white. Okay, reset that. Okay, so look at this. See, this is a place to start now, okay? With these skies are giving me something kind of cool. Oh, DeviantArt, I've heard of that many times. Oh, so they allow anatomical elements there. Is that what I'm gathering? They also, I think maybe Renderosity also allows that. I know because in a lot of their models, they have this, you know, adult option. I'll go there. It's like, So, yeah, that's... the Renderosity models are nice. Yeah, so this is something else here. Now, this is... okay, so we're... these are nice. So, I know this environment tint here is white now. And I thought the environment tint was black on the other ones. Let's try switching that to black and see what happens. Oh, whoa. No, they're supposed to be white. What am I thinking? That's kind of cool, though, just to go with this black world. Wow, that's kind of amazing. See, this is something else. I am really, really, really excited about these lighting. This is a new way for us to light. This is a new way for us to light things. We can light now we can turn any object, a sphere or a cone, you know, and focus that light. Well, you just use a round disc, and then you take that round disc and you tell it to only be single-sided, and then it's going to push that light ahead. But you can put an image on that disc. And what I'm thinking also, and this is going to be the cherry on the top of this video, okay? Because I'm going to tell you something really, 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 really cool. okay, is that you can take a piece of a plane, okay? Yes, this is a new kind of lighting. So I'm going to kind of blow your minds, all right? And if you can follow along with me, and I know you guys can. You're smart. You're smart guys and girls. You can follow along. But think of a plane, a square plane, not too big, okay? You know what a gobo is, okay? A gobo is a plane with like a lace pattern put on it. So you could put any kind of pattern that you want on the gobo, all right? And then you can put this thing on it and you can make the pattern, the gobo, disappear, all right? And so that, but that you can shine a light on it, and then it will only shine, and you can take the light that you shine on it, okay? And the light can be one of these lights with an image on it, so that the light is shining this multicolored ray, like the kind of light that would shine through stained glass. It would have little red spots and little colored spots, okay? But then you can shine it through the gobo, and the gobo will only allow light to shine through, and then you can put that through through a VDB and create these colored God rays. Okay? Because, if you notice, the God rays we get usually are like all one color, like white or some other. So you can make rays of lights landing on a surface. Or you can color this kind of like a fog or dust in the air with colored rays of light through this gobo that's invisible, so you can place it right in your scene. Yes, colored pattern, gobo, ghost lights. You nail, and you have those ghost lights flowing through a VDB. Yes, so you want to add that to the end of that. That's what we're talking about. Colored pattern lights going through a gobo ghost light, and gobo go through a ghost gobo into a VDB. Yeah. And so that's what I'm not there yet. I'm just right now putting these colored patterns on our VDB. Okay? These patterns, so we're not even working with gobos yet. And and the thing is what you do is you just create a little teeny square plane, and then you put like some kind of pattern, like a doily pattern. One of these, they're called mesh, but there's another name for them. They're in our surfaces, in shaders, presets, and you go into shaders. And they're not mesh, but you know that a lot of our patterns have these like lace things. Let's look into this lace and see. I think I can find something. Let's turn on our one of these torus, and then I think they'll show up. But let's turn off the context. Okay, we just go and look through lace. These kind of things, right? Like these. Oh, there they were, and then we lost it. Okay, let's go down through here. You can see there's a ton of them. All these lace patterns. You can put these lace patterns on these ones work particularly well. They're actually, I'll show you these ones. And I think that's what we'll do. I think we have something to. Now, these are them. Look at these little lace patterns here. I think if I put my mouse on them, they'll be larger. Yeah. See, these lace patterns you can put on a plane. And then you can make that plane invisible, and then you could use a ghost light and shine it. So this all can be in your scene, okay? It can be in front of your camera, shining and creating little God rays in your scene. And you don't have to worry about the plane being seen and the light being seen. They just you can place the light, and that's the problem with this, is that you try to create ghost lights in your scene, and you want them to be kind of coming from your camera in. You don't want them behind your camera, because it's just like the camera's in the way kind of thing. And so you want them kind of shining from you, or shining beside you, or actually in the scene creating the light. You don't always want them, especially if you want them to just light like something like this. If you want to set little rays going into these things with patterns, you can't do that outside of your scene. You have to do a lot of things, and it's like these toruses are right in they're invisible, but they're right in these. They're not above it shining down onto them. They're actually inside radiating out. And so there are some real, and the thing is that what this does is, it's like I was saying, I'm a terrible artist. What I do is I buy all this really fine art stuff that these artists, these Daz artists that way can just totally, especially when they go into like Blender and into that ZBrush and all of that stuff, and they can just like they're like me in my music program Cakewalk. It's like I know every single thing about that program. I've been using it since MS-DOS. But I have not been using ZBrush and Blender like that, and they can go in there and the designer one, M Designer or something, the one where they make clothes and everything. I can't remember the name of that, but yeah, they go in, and then there's also there's CAD and for making hair and all of these other programs. They are so amazing. And so they go in and create these figures and create all this. They're going to be creating lights and stuff like this for us that we can just pop into the scene, and they're done. And that's what's going to be really amazing, is when we see what they do. And then somebody like me, I make scenes. I don't make characters, and I don't make hair. I couldn't work on like hair for like 6 months and then release it in Daz. I have to create scenes like this. Now this looks pretty cool. This is starting to look good. Now I'm going to take this ground out, because I was not planning on using the ground. This is pretty cool. Now I'm going to put in some ultra scenery ground. Ultra scenery. Let's open this up. I didn't know that would show up in render settings. Now default ultra scenery creator. Okay, we can open this up. And I don't think I want like any tall plants and stuff, or trees. So we're going to go we'll go with 3. The ground can be a little bit bumpy. And we'll go with features, no features. I don't want any water. Well, maybe let's put a water in here and see what happens. And then ecology, let's go up here. Let's grab one of these English countryside, but let's, Britain. We'll go with Britain, but we won't. And we'll put some kind of pretty blue water. And we'll go, do I have a camera in the scene? No. I always do that and then have to start over. Okay, let's create the camera right here. I guess it's okay. I can possibly move it later. I'll move everything up onto the land. Okay, so we'll go new camera so I can go back into Ultra Scenery if I have to. Copy active viewport. Okay, let's look through the camera just for the heck of it. Now let's open this back up. We're going to go back to 3 here. Features. Let's do the bridge. Ecology. We're going to go scroll up and let's go back. I don't want flowers. I don't want tall flowers because they're going to interrupt, like these would interrupt into our, into our magic clouds here. So we're going to go here, select the camera so that it's only going to build it in the camera. Nettles, we don't want them. Oaks, river grass, river petals, we'll leave those. Pebbles, okay. Birch, see, we don't want any of these trees. And I don't know if I want this base verge or the base, okay, just, or even grass tufts. We'll just go with the grass. Where's the grass? River rocks, river stones, shepherd purse, verge. I think that might be the actual river grass. Let's get rid of the verge. I can always put it in later. Base ransoms. Okay, that says base verge. I think those are going to be important. Okay, grass tufts. We don't need the grass and the river grass. Okay, we'll try this. Let's see what we got. Thank you very much, people, for the likes. They're very nice. Very nice, the likes on my video. Well, you have a wonderful dinner. Okay, I will catch up. Save stream tomorrow. Thank you for the excellent stream. So much info to absorb. 5-star. Oh, that's very nicely. Please click on the bell for notifications. And then when I go live, we can have your wonderful presence if you are not busy at the time. Thank you very much for coming in. It's very lovely to have you here. So you take care, and yes, I do this quite often. So I come live, and if you have any Daz friends, okay, very well. Click on the little bell too. There's a little bell, and that will tell you when I'm live. You'll get a message saying, "Hey, he's live again." It's a little bell right next to the subscribe button. It's a little bell. And it will tell you that I'm live. And if you have any other Daz friends that you consort with, turn them on to my page and let's get them in here. And well, let's have some fun with all you Daz people. And I don't make any money from this. My channel is too small, and I don't get any money from this. None at all. And as you see on my page, I have hundreds and hundreds. I have maybe 100 videos that I've made. So I've not gotten a single dime from this ever. Not a penny. But I do it anyway, okay? So bring as many people in, okay? Yeah, if you go on the forums, let people know and say, hey, check out this channel. So yeah, I am YouTube, youtube.com/@Daz3DTV. So that's easy to kind of find my channel. It's youtube.com/@Daz3DTV. You have a wonderful dinner, Lee, and you take care. And it's very, very nice meeting you. So you take care and have a lovely evening. Thank you for gracing us with your awesome presence. All righty, bye-bye. So we are processing base ransoms position, whatever I think that's some kind of grass. Take care. Have a lovely night. I'm on the East Coast too, so yeah. So it's 9 o'clock here. So I think today was grilled cheese day. Like every 6-8 months I have these. I have to have a grilled cheese and tomato sandwich. I don't know why. And then I like to have slice of ham in it. But I I get up in the morning and it's like I have to have a grilled cheese and tomato sandwich today. So I got all this stuff for grilled cheese and tomato and ham, grilled ham and cheese with tomato. I guess that's the way you say it. So sandwiches. So it's just sitting here on these base ransoms. Why isn't this saying, it's supposed to say, oh no, I might have to go in and, this is a new Daz. I might have to go into some of the Daz and activate the, some of this, because where's the, loading assets? Because I don't see, it usually says accelerated. This isn't accelerated, so I might have to go in and turn on the accelerator. That might have there might be some codes that I have to put in to activate certain things. Oh, it was so nice having Lee here and to offer suggestions and share tips. It's so rare, you know, when I have somebody giving tips and all. So that's really nice. Really nice to have Lee here. A new person, people. That was nice. Very nice. It's like we talk the same language. This is going like very slow. It's not showing me that this is accelerated. I may have to stop this. We'll see. Because sometimes it goes slow even though it's being accelerated, but I think I gotta take these glasses off for a while. My nose, are just like putting a big thing on my nose. They're supposed to block the blue light. Okay, now we're doing the pebble stones. I'm gonna have to check and see if everything is, if there are any. Well, while this is going on, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I can usually go like 12 hours and during a live thing and not have to go, but my herb tea, my decaf herb tea is just, I guess, rushing right through me. So, okay, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. All right. So now, River Pebbles. I'm going to go on to my, I don't think I can go, I don't think I can put in my passwords with you guys here. So, yeah, I mean, put in those codes. Yeah, I'd have to turn off my, because I'd have to go to my Daz account and copy the codes from there. So that's something you want to consider. I didn't mention that, but when you load this is the beta build, that you may have to go in and reactivate some of your, there's only a few products that require codes, and I don't know that Ultra Scenery does, but I think maybe the Ultra Scenery Accelerator might, but I'm not sure. I'm just not seeing it's accelerating, and it should accelerate, and it usually says Ultra Scenery Creator Accelerator here. It says that in green, I think. So this is going really slow. So I'm not going to want to rebuild it very quickly with the accelerator off. So we'll just have to use it the way it is. What I should have done was built it with just the ground, and then I could have situated the camera where I wanted it on the ground. Situated my characters. With Ultra Scenery, there are some interesting Ultra Scenery. I pulled out my hair like many nights, trying to figure out things about Ultra Scenery. Like, do you move the land? This is the big question about Ultra Scenery. Is you're supposed to keep your characters at 0. I mean, at 0, 0, 0, 0x, 0y, 0z. They're supposed to be in the middle of the world. And then everything else is supposed to be moved around your character. But with Ultra Scenery, Ultra Scenery doesn't remember where you place the land. If you move the land, it doesn't remember where you place it. And so if you go back into Ultra Scenery for like a couple of years or 2 or 3 years, I didn't even know I could go back into Ultra Scenery by just clicking on this Ultra Scenery and then clicking on Ultra Scenery, and it would just reopen Ultra Scenery. And so I would just like delete Ultra Scenery and then refill in all of the different parameters, and I'd write them all down and refill them all in. And then I would open, redo the land and all. And once I learned that I could redo Ultra Scenery, that saved me a ton of time. But what I found out was that Ultra Scenery doesn't know when you've moved the land. So if you move the land, what it'll do is it will recreate all the grass and all that stuff where the land is supposed to be. And so that doesn't work. And then your land is here, and then all of the grass and everything and all the stuff is where the land was supposed to be originally. So what you can do then is you can move the land where you want it, but then you have to just move it back to 0, then regenerate it the way you want it, then move the land back to where you want it. That's another possibility. Or you can break that cardinal rule, which I've done before, and just generate the land and move your characters on the land where you want them to be. And that is really difficult to get, because sometimes you have to move the characters a long way away from 0. And then if your characters aren't situated and posed right, then every time you move them or you go to zoom around them, you're not like zooming around the center of the world. You're like zooming into what I would call, there's world coordinates rather than object-oriented coordinates. You have object-oriented coordinates, and then you have world coordinates. And you're trying to work with object coordinates in the world coordinates, and they should be, your object coordinates should be as close to 0 world coordinates as they can be. And I hope that wasn't too much of a thing. We're sitting here waiting to create some ground here. So I think I would like to mess with that gobo thing, the idea today with the gobo. So, but I'm not really certain exactly, but now what you can do is if you've bought all of these lights with gobos, now you can take that gobo and you can make it invisible. That's something right there, because that means that, and you can replace the light that's shining into the gobo with a ghost light. So those are some more things to think about, okay? Because I have a ton of gobo light things, and even now with the gobo lights that are for 3D light, it doesn't matter, because you can just turn that, because that gobo, you can just turn that gobo light by using those scripts into a ghost mesh, replace the light with even a spotlight. Spotlights are invisible, remember? You can put a spotlight right in your scene. So all you need to do is make that gobo invisible, and you can put the gobo right into your scene. This is so amazing. And that's another thing that you want. Why do you want the gobo in your scene? Okay, because if the gobo's way outside of your scene, then you have to take and turn that light up very, very high, okay, in order to reach like whatever it is you're trying to project color onto. But if it's right in your scene, you can turn that light way, way, way down, and then it's not going to put this massive, like, light the ground way up, because it's like putting a spotlight on somebody's face. If you move that spotlight, or even put a bunch of spotlights on their face, but they're so low, it won't even show on the wall behind them if they're sitting right there, because the spotlights are so close to their face that the light doesn't need to be that intense. But if you light somebody's face from like across the room, that light has got to be so intense that it's going to light everything around them. And so that's the same principle as being able to put a gobo into your scene, so you can spread color onto something, or a pattern onto something, without it spreading everywhere. That's the idea, okay? Is to be able to create what would they be called? Localized patterns, and localized colorization, and localized things, so that it doesn't have to always come from outside of the camera. And this whole thing about the sun, some of these HDRIs not recognizing that these objects are supposed to be invisible. That is another thing. And so you think about what it is. What is the sun? What is the HDRI interacting with? And you think that there are different kinds of. We have the PBR. We have different kinds of Iray things where the Iray has, some of them have these subsurfaces and top layers and all of these. Is it one of those layers that this HDRI is interacting with? There's something really weird about that. So my accelerator didn't work. I'm going to at least look and see if the accelerator requires a password, some kind of code. I can blank my screen for a minute and put the code in so that we won't have to wait another 20 minutes to redo the land. Usually it's like whatever I create in, oh, there we go, it's done. Whatever I create in Ultra Scenery, it may not be what I want, but it's usually always beautiful. That's the thing about Ultra Scenery. It's always beautiful. Done. Close. Like this. Look at this. Okay, now we got to take a moment here for it to settle. It's still not letting me do anything yet. Oh, it's trying to do Iray here. This isn't what I can tell. It's going to be beautiful, but it's not what I want. But we'll see. That's the thing about Ultra Scenery. It's always beautiful. Yeah, it is always beautiful. I probably should have just gone without the lake and all, but what I can do is move him or do something. What I need to do, first step, okay, now we go. There, now we've got something going here. Oh, look at this. This is beautiful. I told you, it's always beautiful. Ultra Scenery is always beautiful. Look at that. Now this just problems the ground, the curvature of the ground. I'm not in the right place. So I suppose I could put him on the bridge and then have all of this stuff higher up in the air, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know who made Filament, Ted? Google. Google, YouTube. They are the ones who created Filament. Google, of all people. And Google is either going to turn Filament into the Taj Mahal, or they're just going to lose interest and never update it ever again. Google's like that. They just, like they did with Google Plus, they just killed it one day. They just up and said, we're tired of working on this. Bye. Bye. Bye to all your profiles. Bye to all of your data. Goodbye forever. If you want your stuff, download it. But Google Plus is gone. Google is fickle. And so they're either going to turn it they're either going to turn it into something really huge, or they're going to just abandon it. And that's the way they are. I like Google. I like Google a lot. I like Google Search. I like Google Chrome. I like YouTube. So I'm not a Google. I'm a Google fan. I like my Chrome, my Google phone. I like all this stuff. So now this is it's so big that I can't do anything with it. So the only thing here that I can do right now so I can move around is either go into, well, I could go into Filament, but it's still not going to show me anything. I'm going to go into, first go out of Iray mode, and then I'm going to turn off the ground for a moment. And that should let me move around a little bit, but I don't need to necessarily move around. What I need to do now is get up into this here. What is it? Window? No, it's connect. What is it? Where is it? Scripts, help? Okay, here, help. And where is it called? It's called About Installed Plugins. Let's see. Now we're looking for something here. Failed, disabled. Yes, well, I'm starting to use Filament more than I used to, so I am becoming a Filament person. I'm not seeing this part. This says about installed plugins. Usually it has this place where you can with all the passwords, and I think cancel. Okay, cancel that. Help. Register Daz Studio. Is this where it? No. Oh, okay. I think I have to put my serial number in here. I think I have a serial number for Daz. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my Elgato off, my desktop off for a moment. Really quickly go and look and see. I might have to put my serial number in here. Let's go here. I think I've got a Daz Studio serial number. Sorry about this. Now let's go to my account. I have to put this in here. What does it be? Serial numbers. No serial numbers. Here, okay. Now somewhere is this. There's going to be a Daz Studio 4, I think. All right, here it is. Daz Studio Pro 4X Pro free. Okay, I'm going to throw this serial number into there. I think when I put that number in, it should allow me the okay. Then it should show me about installed plugins. No, okay. I'm going to save this file, save as. Okay, this is called Wizard of the Sphere. Let's just save this. Oh, that's so nice of you, Ed. That's very, very nice. I enjoy having you here. It just warms my heart having people here work with me. It is so nice having you here. I love doing this work. And you see, that's the thing is, this is why I don't really mind doing this for free. Doing these tutorials, because I would be doing it anyway. And so it's just really nice to have people here. Okay, I'm going to turn my screen back on for a moment, even though I just had to close down. I had to close down Daz Studio. I think I have to close it and reopen it before it acknowledges that I've put in the password. Okay, so these are things, it's good that that I've done this because I started this whole video showing people about how to get Daz Studio beta running. And now it allows people to know, at least they have to watch to the end of the video to find out possibly that there's some problems and they're going to have to actually put their password into their serial numbers into Daz. And eventually it's not closing right now, and it's because I have this gigantic scene in the memory. I could, hard close it, like close it out in the task manager, but that can sometimes leave orphans in your memory, and the only thing that gets rid of them sometimes, I think, is to restart your computer sometimes. So we're just going to wait until the graphics card cleans out the memory, and eventually it'll open up. It won't open until the memory is clear. So it's slowly clearing out the memory in the graphics card. There's probably, 20 or 30 gigs for that scene right there. So eventually, there we go. Now this, remember when you get this set up, it's when you open up the beta, it's going to say beta here, okay? Now connecting to CMS, and it should maybe say now some kind of password, not a password or something, but okay. Now let's go down into this help and go about installed plugins. And I'm still not seeing any registration data here. Let's go here to help and see if it registered Daz Studio. It says, is this the about? Submit feed about Daz Studio. Version, okay. Public build, Eric Peterson. Well, I signed in, but it doesn't say that it's registered. Help. Now see, this face transfer is supposed to have, I think that one is supposed to have a password. And so is maybe the, okay. See, this isn't making any sense now. It's like maybe the beta doesn't allow you to, there might be some pitfalls with the beta. See, about, it says register Daz Studio. Okay, go to my serial list, find the Daz that in the list, unlock the advanced features, require an appropriate serial number, so be sure to locate the highest edition from the list. We'll handle removing any non-alphanumeric characters. Paste the serial numbers into the empty field above. See, it doesn't say it's registered. Okay, so I'm going to go back over here. And I'm going to go back to the screen again and see if I can register this again. So I'll go back to my account here. Go back to my account here. And back to serial numbers page. Okay, so that one says Daz Studio 4X Pro is inactive and retired. I never noticed that. Daz Studio is inactive and retired. Face transfer. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's a that's probably another question for the forums, is can you actually register the let's try this. Okay, it says it's okay. All right, now what happens when we go back here, register Daz Studio? It just pops up again. Like, okay, put in your... Okay, I'm going to try closing this out again. Now I'm having a coughing attack. Okay, so I'm going to... I'll turn this back on again, so you don't have to look at a blank screen. Let's try opening this up again. And then go into here, the help. Animate. See, this one is supposed to have... Maybe it's just looking at my other installation and saying that they okay, so let's go now to and reload our scene. Open. Now if I open this project in the other Daz Studio, it will not, my spheres will show up. And there'll be no way to get rid of them, because this is only, these mesh lights only work with this beta version right now, and they're supposed to release the next. This beta version will eventually be the public build, but I don't know when they're going to release it as the public build. I hope it's soon, because I would rather be using the public build. I'm not a very happy beta user. But what I do like is that a lot of times when I start a render and I'm sitting there and rendering for an hour or something, I'd love to still be working in Daz. And so now it gives me another Daz that I can open up. If I'm in the middle of a render, I can still do stuff. Start another scene. I'm usually, by the time I finish a scene, I'm just like tired as heck and wouldn't want to make another scene anyway. Yes, it was very nice to have Lee here. So we have a wonderful, wonderful new Daz person. So yeah, so we're slowly building some really, really nice people. I hope to think that I attract nice people. Like Angus is the nicest person you could ever know. Angus is so nice. He's been my friend for well over 10 years, more than 10 years. And Angus is is a very good friend, and so he was the first one here, and he was here before there was even a here. Yeah. Yeah. He's a good guy. And he doesn't work in Daz Studio, but he enjoys it, and he enjoys having the company and being here and watching stuff like that. So I'm very lucky that he does, so, because he's very helpful here. Now we have Ultra Scenery turned off. Now I'm wondering why it didn't show accelerated. Now maybe it will. Maybe suddenly some of these things will look like will show. Let's turn Ultra Scenery back on. Now it's not going to. Now what I did was I made a mistake. I put all kinds of stuff on the grass and everything. We'll go back to Ultra Scenery, ULTRA. Let's see if we can find Ultra Scenery. Now there's the Ultra Scenery Accelerator in the toolkits. Let's find Ultra Scenery. Okay, now we double click on this again. Now it doesn't say accelerated here either, but what I'm going to do is go into this build and turn all of these things off, the grass, the river rocks, everything. And then we'll rebuild the scene. It should rebuild like immediately, and it's not showing the accelerator here. I am got a tickle in my throat. Okay, so this is a trick that I use. Thank you, Angus. With a nice smiley. Thank you. Sigmund says hi. Hi! Oh, that was nice. You sound like you got a frog in your throat, Sigmund. So yeah, we got we are so this is not showing the accelerator. All right, we're going to have a moment here. Let's go into the forum. Let's go into Daz Studio discussion. New discussion. Does the Daz beta Does the Daz Beta Pro version allow you to register your serial numbers? I can't see. Allow you to register your serial numbers. I can't see any place to activate plugins. Does, and then I'll write it seems my Ultra It seems my Ultra Scenery is not using the Ultra is not using the Acceleerator. I don't know if that's spelled right. Copy. Let's see. Tell me you didn't just open up in my other monitor. Probably you did. Okay. Input 1. I wish Microsoft was Windows was smart enough to say, you know, he's not using that monitor currently. Maybe I'll open you up in a monitor that's actually showing. All right. Ultra Scenery is not you. Okay, I did spell accelerator right. Okay, let's see what we got here. Now let's see if this is done. Done. All right. Close. Now what I can do, so I can find a place. I did all that coughing and now I'm all stuffed up here. Now I've got to sneeze. All right, let's see. We're looking for a staging area to do this. So I would think that probably what would be nice is to put my camera here. The polka music. Here we go. There we go. And we're going to have Hector do a little dance. We're looking for a staging area here where he can have his spell. All right, maybe the top of this hill. Okay, let's see. Now, I've done some really weird stuff with Ultra Scenery before. I hope that was a good enough polka theme fix. Yeah, we have a few polka things here. Now there's a possibility. This is a nice staging area. See, now I can't move Ultra Scenery. Now I could move him. Now let's take our Genesis 8 and the smoke and put them all into one group. That's awesome. I love the polka music too. I've got a few Swiss polka bands that I like. I can't pronounce their names, but I do like them. Now we're going to go into figures. Figures group. All right, now that they're all in one group, I could theoretically move them to this little area, this crossroads area, but now they're all in that one group. Let's move that all over here. See what happens when we do this. Now, I'm wondering if that's just too big where it starts. Now, let's see. Let's look at it from the top. This lets me put him right in the middle of this area. Smoke on the Water, is that a band? Or is that a song? Is that the Deep Purple song? Let's see what we've got here. This looks like it could be a good staging area for our wizard. But then where are we going to put the camera? What we could do is this kind of thing. We just spin him around the way we want him to go. Right, like this. And then we take our figure. See, we haven't moved. Oh. I like Deep Purple. I like the lead singer of Deep Purple. One of them was in Jesus Christ Superstar. And I absolutely love his singing. He played Judas, I believe, in Jesus Christ Superstar. And he is amazing, an amazing black man. We're going to rotate him around so he's facing us like this. I want him to look at us. Okay, and then let's get so we're going to have a little bit of sky here too. Let's come in a little bit so he's close, so we can see some of his detail. All right, let's move this all up so he's not buried in the ground. Now we've got I got to bring this down a little bit, like this possibly. So we got a little sky to play with. There we go. I love Deep Purple. I only really know Smoke on the Water as, you know, where I can say, oh, that's Deep Purple. So I didn't listen to them as, but I have over 2,000 vinyl records. So I am a huge music fan. So I just don't know a lot of Deep Purple's other music, but I do know of the lead singer being, one of the lead singers being in the Jesus Christ Superstar. And that was absolutely amazing. Okay, so we're going to get him just enough here. Now, what I've got a problem. The ground is still on. So we got to go to the environment options. Turn the ground off. Well, that ground is on. It's off. Draw a ground. But I think there's another ground that's on. Or maybe not. Draw a dome. All right, so this is fine. Now, Teen Tyler for 9. Now, I'm not sure what that is. I've not heard of Teen Tyler for 9. Let's see. There we go. That's where we want him. Save this. Okay, now I can populate the ground because I did move him off center, but not far. Not far off center. And so we've got a little bit of sky to play with here. So now I can go back to this ultra scenery terrain. Now I'm going to take my camera. I'm not positive that this is what I want to do, but I think I'm going to take my camera and lock it so I don't accidentally move it. Object, lock. I'll have like 10 moves on it before I realize I did. Okay, so now I can go back to the ultra scenery. Let's see if anybody answered our... Not yet. Let's see, because I did put the serial number in for this. So let's open this up. I did. Now I should be able to populate it with a little bit of... No, it's not showing that. Let's close this for a moment. Let's go back into help and... See, usually there's a whole bunch of numbers here. And like this showing that it's like showing that everything is plugged in. But it says status plugged. They're all plugged. Loaded. It means they're loaded. Okay, so let's go back into here. Now that's loading everything there. Now let's go back to the build, base verge, base ransoms, forest. We don't want forest, we want field, grass tufts. I don't know that I want the tufts. I think I just want, okay, field nettles is okay, maybe. They might be too tall. River grass, let's use that. River pebbles and rocks. River stones, we may not need these. And road pebbles. Verge. Okay, let's build the scene. All right. I didn't move the terrain. Dikembe, HD for Genesis 9, good too. I don't know if I bought him. No, I don't think I did. I will eventually. They've got to bring well, I'm gonna wait till he's on sale. There's a lot of things. I have just kind of run out of money lately. I'm approaching 10,000 Daz items. Yeah, and and all of it I put on credit cards. So it's like right now I'm about $13,000 in debt, and my Daz channel isn't making a dime. And I've been doing Daz videos for about I'm going on 6 years, and I've not made a dime from my Daz channel. So yeah, so it's I've reached a wall. But I have you guys. I've made some friends. You know, today I made another friend. I've got Angus, who's like a very dear longtime friend, and I have you, Ed, and I have Ted, and now we have Lee, and there are a few other people that have come in and been friends that you guys haven't met yet either. So you will eventually, maybe they'll all start showing up, and because there's people here, you know, that we can all sit and chat and talk and enjoy working together in Daz, learning stuff together, sharing stuff. So I'm waiting for somebody to answer this question about the It seems my Ultra Scenery is not using the accelerator add-on. Yeah, you know, the thing is, when I do PayPal, YouTube doesn't make any money. And, you know, so it's like, and the same thing with Patreon. If people go to Patreon and give me money, YouTube doesn't make any money. I don't think that makes YouTube happy, you know? And the thing is right now, YouTube is hosting hundreds of my videos. And I'd kind of like them, you know, so, you know, they're not sharing my videos. There aren't that many people using Daz Studio that, you know, that are on YouTube that really, that, you know, Daz Studio says that they have, you know, like, I don't know, couple million people, you know, users and all. That's what they say. But most of them, a lot of them just use it, and they I guess they figured it out, and they don't need to be, I just don't really know. But today I was watching Jay. Jay is pretty much one of the biggest YouTube, he's got this is the WP Guru, and he hit 145 views so far on this video, and it was put out, you know, about 3 or 4 or 5 hours ago. Let's just restart this for a moment and see how. He's had 370 views. You know, that's not a lot for millions of people who, but he's doing the better than anybody who is doing, you know, Daz Studio right now. He's got the most active, he has the most active, and while he was live today, there were 80 people watching him. That's really nice. So, you know, and I'm not trying to take away from what he has. Yeah, if I don't understand what he's saying, I stop the video and pause it, and I go back and listen to it over and over and over. And so I know, Ted, that down inside there is a compliment for me. It's a way of complimenting me and saying, "Oh, but Rex, I understand how, you know, what you're doing, and that's very nice of you to compliment me." But I find that I learn a lot from Jay as well, and there are definitely many things. Today I learned a few things, and, you know, I learned from you guys. I don't know whether if it was Ed or Ted who told me, you know, use Control Z, you know, and Control Z is a really good way to undo things. You know, I learn when people tell me stuff, I learn it. I usually incorporate it right into. So he's another source of learning, and so I have learned some massive stuff from them. And I'm not positive, but I think maybe he's tuned in a few times and watched my videos. I don't think he watches them religiously. I'm sure he doesn't, but I think he's tuned in a few times, because I do certain things a different way than he does, and suddenly I will just look and say, "Oh, he's finally somebody got." Yeah, I like IT Roy. I like these other guys too. So I watch them all. And Raku, and there's an Indian guy, a guy from India. He's got an English accent, but he looks like he's Indian. And oh my God, he goes into some really deep stuff. I really like him too. So yeah, they're very, very, very good. I've pretty much watched everything that's out there. Even the really old stuff, and there's a few women who have done some nice stuff, and there's that Materia, the designer one, that where they take and make clothes in that I can't remember what the name of that is, but something designer. That's really, really good too. I don't watch a lot of Blender videos because I don't use Blender, and I don't plan on using Blender. I just the thought of taking and having to export all kinds of stuff out of Daz and bring it into Blender. Yes, there are some really, really nice sickly yield. I can't quite place it, but I know if I saw it in a second, it might be her. The one who goes into. There are some really nice women educators out there and there's some of them, and then there are also some of the women who make products. They don't just teach Daz. They demonstrate. There's this one woman who is she's got this all I can think of is like a Scandinavian accent, and she does a lot, and she makes a ton of products, and she is amazing. And it's like if her accent is a little difficult, but what she teaches and the stuff is like so in depth. Like she makes products like well, I can open this up while this is going on. I'm not sure. I'll name one of her products that she and I bought some of her tutorials. She sells tutorials in the Daz store. So this isn't opening. Let's try to open it again. I thought this might open in. It's probably opening on my other monitor. That's my luck here. Let's see. Inputs, HDMI 1. I'm going to probably find it right up on the other monitor. No, it won't let me while I'm doing Ultra Scenery. It just won't open the other Daz. I'm not too sure why. Okay, so we're not going to worry about that right now then. Okay, this is done. It takes a moment. Okay, close. All right. So it should have just done something here. Okay, I'll go and look and see where that is, what that is. Well, Ted, you have a good night as well. Okay, it's you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate your company here. It's very, very nice, Ted. Very, very nice. Wonderful to have you here. Her products are in utilities. She makes, if I can get rid of this Ultra, it would be Skin Manager, I think it's called. Yeah, she teaches about the Skin Manager. I think it's a group of people that make a bunch of, but they have her teach, and she is a very good teacher. Good night, Ted. Have a lovely evening. It's wonderful. It's so wonderful having people here. So I don't know how much longer I'm gonna work on this myself, but we should now have a wonderful scene here with some water, and I'm gonna play with the HDRI and see if I can get a nice sky in here. So it's wonderful, wonderful. Was nice conversation I just had with Ted. Very, very nice. Very nice. So let's see if they've left any message here on my... Okay. So the ultra scenery is turned on. It only the ground and all this stuff only shows up in the Iray. All the vegetation and leaves and stuff like that. Skin Manager is a very good product. I wonder if she's going to create a Skin Manager. At least it's a intermediary product that you use until you learn how to. It's a good way to quickly change the color of your skin to match two figures together. Until you learn how to do it like in the surfaces tab, to do it kind of manually. Now this might just be so darned... Oh, I think I know what's wrong here. We have to switch our render settings now to... They're on speed. They got to go to memory, or it's going to just sit there doing that. I believe there it is. Yeah, just switch it to memory and boom, there it is. So memory. I think it's got to re-render it again, but let's save this. Whoa, look at our sky. Just all of a sudden, it's kind of bizarre. This is pretty cool. All right, I think I want to shine some kind of light down on him. I think I want to lower these clouds. So let's go into filament mode first and lower the clouds a little bit. There's just a little too much of a blank sky here. Let's go to filament mode. Usually filament mode will show me the wow, it shows that though at least, well, those are objects there. Okay, let's see. Now it's converting all my textures to the filament, and it is showing me the sky. So now I can go into, let's turn off ultra scenery for a moment. Oh, actually I can't do that because I've got to be able to see the horizon. Okay, so environment options. It's letting me get around here though a little bit. But show me the environment settings. Okay, here we go. Now this would be Z maybe. No, I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Edit. How about Y? Okay. How about, okay, I do have to turn off the grass for now. And then this will smoothly flow. Here we go, back to environment. Okay. There we go. Bring this down like that. And then what's Y? We'll bring this around and see what we've got. Something interesting here. Okay, this looks like there might be a moon up here. There we go. Let's see what happens when we do that. We'll leave that big moon there. Ultra scenery, turn it back on. All right, and then we go back to Iray. See what this looks like. Ted has a great recall of people's names. And things. That's what a great recall. I wish I had that recall. I've seen these videos of like IT Roy and many times. On Rando called Undergear Set 23. I am a huge underwear person. So I have to go and look at this right now. Save this. Look at what we've got now. Okay, I'm going to look at that right now. I've never been on Rendo. Rendo, let's see. Rendo. Oh, Renderosity. Okay. Yeah, it took me a moment. Genesis 8 under gear. I've bought a bunch of stuff here, as you can see here. Okay, it's called Under Gear Set 23. Under Gear Set 23. Let me see. This looks pretty nice. Now, I can't show the pictures here of the, and all of it is content advisory. Unless I go in here, let's see. I can look. And let's see, it looks like it's on sale. Yeah, and I don't know. I think I do have, I think I am part of their... I'm not sure. My profile. Okay. Let's add this to my things here. These can go into there, there. Okay. Now, I do not own this Under Gear set. When was this made? $13 is a good price. Let's see if I get the price. When does it end? January 26th. So we got some time. Where's my cart? It is $13. Let's move back. They know what I've got a bunch of coupons do not apply, but that's okay. What I will do now is turn you off for a moment so I can look at the pictures here. Warning, content advisory. Oh no. I'm going to be corrupted. Here we go. Let's turn this on to turn that off for a moment so I can look at the pretty pictures. Okay, I don't want to accidentally screw this up. Well, that's not okay. I like the underwear. I'm not sure that I like the bra part. I don't think a man needs to have a bra part, but let me see. That's one photo there. How do I go? Okay, go through them. Yeah, I don't like the bra part. I don't think he needs a top. But I would buy it just for the bottoms alone. But I know what they're trying to do is just make it so it has look like he has more clothing, you know, something more stylish than just a guy in his underwear, you know. That's the thing about Daz, is they don't make enough male stuff. So, and the thing is the top does kind of make them look like they're not completely naked, you know, and that's a good thing. They could do a better job with their models. They just kind of look goofy, but the clothes are really nice. Yeah, so see, and the straps that come up over their hips, they do add something to it. They do add to it, but I think they could do better with their models. And the thing is you can kind of tell they don't even really morph their models into another. They just use the model, and they don't morph their face into something original. You can say, "Oh, that's so and so," but this isn't too bad. I'm not gonna knock it too bad. Renderosity, I hope, I always wish the best for Renderosity, because they're kind of struggling. The thing, YouTube has changed a lot of their policies. As long as they're, I'm going to just leave that here, and think about this. So I do like it. I do like the underwear. And the thing about the top is it doesn't look really like a bra, you know. It kind of looks, and what I do is I really concentrate on the, you know, let's say the crotch area, because it has to, sometimes it looks like it was like underwear made for a female that was converted over to work with a male. And Renderosity has some of that, and so does Daz. Sometimes they'll sell pants for a male, but the crotch area was made for a female. And sometimes it will have a certain fold in the crotch area that you can go into Mesh Grabber. You can try to alter it so that it looks right, and no matter what you do, you can't get that fold out of the center of the. So that's what I do. And these look like they were made for a male. They just don't have that weird fold in the center that you can't get rid of. And I've bought a bunch of stuff on Renderosity that had that weird fold, and these do not have that. Yes, well, these are nice. These, I think, I would definitely use the bottoms. I might use the tops just for the mesh ones. The mesh top looks really good. And so this is very nice. They did the crotch area correct with this. So yeah, so now when I buy stuff, any pants or anything, you know, and sometimes they try to, that like they will always show you that area, but they'll show it in a kind of in one image, and where you can kind of pick up on it. that there's something wrong there. And okay, now he needs a light on him. So I'm going to go back to our. That was very good. I probably will grab them. I have to look at my account. It's very, very low right now. So, okay, I don't think he's exactly in the center where I want him. So I'm going to go into this. And when I do, then I can't really see him. But we're going to take and move him over just a tiny bit this way. Now let's look at this again. Oh, you have to put Daz anytime you use Ultra Scenery, you have to put Daz into memory. And then it will if it just keeps going over and over and over, it's usually a sign that you're in speed instead of memory. And a lot of things it's just a matter of switching back and forth, but not in this case. It has to be memory. Okay, so now I'm going to take this out. Now we're going to add a it's really cool now that I can turn any object into a ghost light. That is so awesome. All right, now but we're just going to use a spotlight here. And again, okay, we're going to what just happened? Okay. Oh, that's my spotlight because everything is all off kilter here. I had to move everything away in a weird, so the spotlight just comes in. That's where I think our center of, I'm not sure, but spotlight, look through the spotlight, come up here. And we're going to come out. Now remember, you have to come at him. You can't go like way down from up above like this. And you can't go down or else his eyes won't show. So I have to come down enough so it shows his eyes. I'd like to bring it straight down, but all right, let's see if that works. Now let's twist it. Let's just try to light one side of his face sort of more so that we have a little bit of drama. Okay, camera. And now let's go back into Iray. And we're going to take our spotlight and give it some juice. That was very nice. You can let me know if you see anything that's cool. This is all about discussing products and new things that are out. And you will probably see me do some kind of male thing with those pants on. So I'd like to be able to make a go of this of my channel here. So someday maybe I'll be able to prosper with this channel. So I do have like Venmo and I have Venmo and what Cash App and all of those things. So I just it's just been me and Angus for years here. So it's really nice to suddenly have some nice new people come in. So, and most of it's my fault because I do like a lot of gay romance images, and it's not a lot of people's things. There's so few Daz people already, and then I really kind of, and most of the Daz people are into the female stuff. The women are into the female stuff, and most men are into the female stuff, and so I make up a very, very small portion of what Daz people are left. So that's my fault, and I guess it's okay with me. I am who I am, and I'm happy the way I am. So You know, and I have to put up with the other, you know, the males that like the big busty females in their tutorials, and the first thing they do is they expand their boobs out like so big, and you know, and I'm just like, oh my God, you know? So, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't bother me that bad, but you know, it's just like, I don't know, I don't exaggerate the male features and all, so that's one difference between me is I don't do that kind of thing. So I just keep my males fairly normal looking. Let's see what happens if we give this a 9. We want to light him up a little bit and warm the light. Okay, that didn't work. Let's see. Maybe these lights won't work with this. Oh, I made it 0. 9000. Let's try that. Let's see. Oh, that lit him up some. All right, let's give him another 9. That might be too much. So the lights are working here. Okay, that's a little too much. Let's take and warm the light up a little bit. That's a lot though, but okay. We are in Iray. Okay, I think that's good, but let's just take the light down a bit. So we did get that effect that I wanted with the light of him lighting just one side of his face. I think I'm going to have like lightning coming out of his hands. And I might move the book. I'm not sure exactly. I might even get rid of the book. But we'll see. Because you can't see his other hand here, but maybe it will be self-explanatory if I just put... okay, that works. It's not too bright. I think it would make it a little colder, the light a little colder, so that it's not quite so warm. Because it's like, where is that warm light coming from? Just a little colder. So and then it could be kind of shining indirectly from the sun, from the moon. There, now he looks like he fits a little bit better in the scene. Okay, so now we're going to go back to, he's still not in the center. So I'm going to take this here. Where is it? Figures group. It might be too blown out. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the moon, I think they've added some kind of haze around it, but it does look too blown out. You're right. That's a very good point, and I can bring that down. You know that. Let's see. We're gonna go now. We're gonna go into our. If I move him this way, what if I turn him a little bit more? What can I see his hand? Why rotate? Can we get his other hand? No, but if I think I'm going to have to rotate the book. Bring the book in front more. And if I have to, I'll put a light on the book. I want him looking at us. So we can select the book. Maybe I can move the book. Yeah, I can. And rotate the book. Okay. If I have to, I'll light the book. Rotate the book a little bit more. And rotate it X. No, this way. Z. Okay, let's try the book down there. He can read it from very far away. Maybe not. I'm not sure that I'm going to even like the book here, but let's try the book far away, and maybe I can light it or something, do something to light it up. Let's see now. Let's do something with the sky. So we're going to go into filament mode. It will show us our sky. And we can just take take a little off of that. It's not going to show me that perfectly the way what we're doing, but we've got lighting resolution. We got intensity and environment map. What if we bring this down to 1? Oh, no, that's so we have to. Oh, that was 10. All right, we bring this down to 1. I don't think that worked. Okay, it still looks. Okay, let's reset that. It makes it brighter. Let's try intensity. Let's bring that down to 0.5. How about if we bring it down to 0.1? Okay, that might, let's see what it looks like in Iray. We have all this light around him. We don't need the background like blaring right out. We want him to show mostly. Oh, that's so much better. That is much better. It's still a little blown out. Let's go to 0.1. Let's say a 0.8. That can be a little blown out. We're going to have to kind of settle for the best of both worlds. Let's turn the scene back on and see if it's still going to put off some light. So the sun must be coming up over around the earth or something. You know, that doesn't make sense. Suddenly my astrophysics is like not very good. Let's see what we got here. Now the scene's back on. This pose, this magic pose, looks a little bit like he's just in the A position, you know? He doesn't look like he's actually in a magic pose. Okay, so let's see if we can find some better poses for him. Okay, I think I've got to turn this up more because it's just too dark here now. I don't know what. Okay, there's something else I could do. All right, what I could do is put this on a backdrop. And then I can, no, I can't do that. What I can do is put this on a plane. And then I can resize the moon. The moon doesn't have to be that big exactly. I can tinker with it and still change the, so I can leave this scene. Okay, so what we're going to do is create a plane. Let's go out of here. I do this a lot into this. Let's take this back up because this isn't going to actually be all right. Now our environment map. Okay, so let's bring this back to up to like 1. So let's see, because we don't, I didn't want it that lit up anyway, the scene. Let's go back to Iray and see what the ground looks like at 1. Okay, that I think's a little too bright, so let's go to, because we're going to be using a different moon scene and all that for the background. So let's go to 0.5. I'm just looking at the hills and the grass and all. Okay, I think that looks about right. So now let's take and go into, all right, let's create a plane, and let's do that, what would it be, Y positive, I don't know, would be, let's try X positive. Where's the plane? Okay, I have to now, let's turn off the ground, this ultra scenery. Where's my plane? Y translate. Okay, let's just go to perspective mode. There it is. Where's my guy? Okay, this has got to go up. I never know the right way. Oh, that is the right way. Okay, so we're going to go this way, out, zoom out. Put this here. Okay, and scale this up. Bring it back. See, the thing about, scale it again, bring it up. Now let's take and go to our camera view. The thing about using, okay, now we're going to go X scale, is it? No. Edit, undo. It's blue, this one. Okay, now our, what's this called? Our environment thing is called, where is it? Okay, it's DTSOT Twilight Sky C. Okay, plane, surfaces, editor, And we want this on our emission color. And I believe also our okay, this would be here, white. I am so glad that you are liking this. I am so glad that you are enjoying learning this stuff. It is really cool. So this right here is a very important thing here now, what we're doing. Okay, now we have to turn the sky. We have to rotate the sky like this. All right. And I'm going to rotate that, I think 90 degrees, 90. There we go. And now we can bring the top down. Thank you very much, Ed, for that compliment. It's very nice to do this. They're very long videos, but people are going to pick up stuff this way. And that's what's important, is getting people to pick stuff up and learn it. Now go into parameters. Okay, I just closed that. Plane. Now this would be scale this way and over this way. No, I can't move the camera. And scale. I can't scale it too much. Oh, this is let's see, this way. And then we can just scale it like this and make it as big as we want. And put it over here. Scale it again. All right, now let's go into Iray. There we go. What is this? Oh, I think it's too close. Okay. This is reflecting off of the sky because it's too close to our scene. So we got to go back here. I knew that, but all right, this has got to go way back so that it can't. And then we scale it up some more like this. So that this isn't interacting with that. And also it's back far enough so our mountains don't interfere with it. Scale this out some more. It's probably out there enough, but I'll bring this down. Now you can't see that. It's like seeing a little. Now let's turn our grass on. Turn on Iray. See what we've got. See, so we're still getting the advantage of the HDRI. The HDRI is still on, okay? So it's going to light the scene around the front. But instead of using the backdrop, and the backdrop you can't really move where you want it. You can't slide it over or move it. It's just kind of, I think you can move the image along the backdrop, but this is much more precise than the backdrop. And so, and this moon isn't all blown out like the other one. So it's, and you can decide how much of a so let's look now, let's turn off the land again. So this is an interesting image where it's very apropos in a way. Not apropos isn't the word. It's a classical blending of the red tones and the blue tones, and the red tones seem to be the very warm human tones, and the blue tones in the back. It doesn't seem to blend smoothly right now. I might put like a light here, which will light up this with a little bit of red, and maybe so that there's a transition between this world and that world. But it is so it's classic to have the red tones and the blue tones like this mixed in a scene, in an image. So let's keep that in mind on what we're doing here. That we're no, it's not. I just noticed that my second, like, where's my reflection? So I might be, now what I can do, okay, there's a possibility here. And what it is, and I've forgotten how to do it. But we go here, let's go into, let's get out of here for a moment and let's examine this. Because you see, this is this right here is an emissive. So if I turn up the emission here, I can make that reflect on the water. But the more I turn up the emission, the more I lose, the more this is going to become the more it's going to become, what's that word in cameras? Blown out, and there's another word, the contrast. The more it's going to have that contrasty look. And so there's a way to fix that, and it's a way you fix campfires so that you can make a campfire put off a ton of light, but still not turn like all one color. And so we're going to go back to our plane and surfaces here. And the way you do it is you add this image to another thing. And I don't think it's a translucency. It's one of them down here. Emission. Luminance. Okay, you add it to luminance, the same one to luminance. And then what you can do, and then when you illuminate it, it doesn't illuminate. It doesn't blow out the image. And what I can now actually do now is and I think you can also add it to cutout opacity, but I'm not sure. I think it's luminance. I'm sure it's luminance, that you need to add the image also to luminance. But let's go back into Iray and see what happens here now. I just brought the lumens up crazy. And so what that does is it illuminates the light part. It turns them into light without illuminating the blowing out the image. It sends all light off of the light parts without blowing out the image. And I think there's a way, now it looks like it blew out the image, but I think I can take this emission color down now. Notice it's shining on the water now, but let's also now take this emission color down some. Like this. I'm not positive that I'm doing this right. No, it wouldn't be the emission color, but okay. I'm not sure what I'm doing here, but let's see, try this. No, maybe. Okay, now there's a possibility that I have to also put this image here up in here as well for our base color. I think, yeah, that's how we change and make it. Okay, let's try this. This is how we lower the base color. Okay, so we go this base color. Okay, we take the base color and bring it down. Let's see if this is showing in filament. What's nice is you don't need to be in filament mode or any other mode, any mode to see this. Well, actually you can't see it in filament mode. But let's go to texture shaded mode again. Now what happens when I bring this base color down? Okay. It's not really showing now. We have the glossy color. All right, so let's bring this back up, the emission color back up to white. And take some of this luminance off. Let's go to like 6. Let's go into Iray. I mean, the moon's just not as big as it was also. So it's going to shine a smaller sliver across the water. I might make it bigger again. See, it's showing there, but it's blown right out. So, but now we actually have this luminance. So now that it's actually there, and it's doing something that the other one wasn't doing. It's really casting. Let's just leave it at this 9.5 and see, because it's going to turn that map into a luminance thing. It's not actually illuminating the image. It's illuminating the rays, the white rays. It shouldn't actually change and blow out the color. Now I think I can go up in here. If I add that also to the diffuse, I can darken it with the diffuse. This is the diffuse, or it's a translucency weight. Yeah, that's it. And the translucency weight, you can turn this down with. The more I give this, the glossy color, let's bring this down, because that could be shining off something else. That didn't change very much. Let's go into Iray. This may not show. The base color should be white. It shouldn't be that gray. The base color you keep white. Well, that's where you set the brightness, actually. I think, no, I'm not sure. I think it's actually the translucency weight where you set the brightness. Okay, let's bring this, let's see if I can do some of this in Iray here. It's not like letting me do anything. I might be able to just turn off the flowers so we can use the water as our, okay, let's go back to white on the base color. I don't think that changed anything, but okay. Oh, translucency color. Okay, it's not supposed to be here. It's supposed, this is supposed to be a none. We changed the translucency color is the weight. Translucency is none. Then you go to translucency color, and that's supposed to be the map. I thought about that. I'm not sure. Okay, here we see. See, this did something here. It's the translucency color. All right, and now this is what makes it darker. We go into this translucency weight. Well, it did something. The cutout opacity is just going to make it translucent. So there is already like a translucency, but it's like in behind it kind of thing. So we take this translucency color down. This is where we take and make this darker so that the base color, so that, and we take the base color down, and then this shows through it. Okay, this stuff took me a long time to figure out, but you leave the base color white because that's where your white is going to be. Okay, so you bring this translucency color down, and then you'd make less, you show less of this base color, and that's, I believe, yeah, see, so this translucency weight, if I bring it up one way, it's going to show this color, and if I bring it the other way, it'll show this color. So, so what we do is we bring this translucency color down is quite a bit, the brightness. And then one way or another, we move this along one way. One way will make it brighter, and the other way will make it. So this translucency weight is like how much of this versus this. And I'm not sure Okay, so now we move this one. I believe this way makes it darker. So this is showing now very white base color. And if I move it this way, I believe it will darken it. If it doesn't, then we have to mess with other stuff. But I think this will darken it. It will darken the image behind it. No, it didn't. So something down here is overriding these settings. Let's bring it up some more. Let's try bringing this diffuse overlay just for the heck of it over more. Like over here. That gives us a diffuse overlay color. Okay, now that's not what we want. Okay, so let's bring that back to this. I have to think about this because it's reset that. Okay, and that will get rid of that. So these, I know I've got this set kind of right, and these are really low. This is really dark. So okay, now we're going to go back. Now this is a glossy color, is black, so it's not going to reflect off itself. Okay, emission color. This has just got to be white. Emission temperature, okay. It's this luminance. Let's put this here just for the heck of it in the cutout opacity. And let's look at this, see what that does. The cutout opacity has like, sometimes it's just 0 or 1, and there's no in between. It's not always like that. Sometimes the cutout opacity is gradient, but sometimes it's just, it has 0 or 1. It's either on or off. And I've not figured out why that happens. Oh, well, now it's just gone, and now we're seeing the sky behind it. Well, let's try to do it halfway and see if what happens halfway is we should see two skies if it's gradient, and usually it's like either on or off. Yeah, I think I see some part of a moon here. I think we're seeing two skies here, yeah. And then this way would be just all the way with the other sky where it's, so it is gradient, but it's not achieving what we're looking for. So I know that I'm sure that it's, now we turn this off and then we'll see the other sky. No, it didn't. So for some reason that's not even, our other sky isn't even coming back. Well, maybe it was here. Let's see, we go back to cutout opacity up here. Let's turn let's turn off all of the grass and all of that stuff and just leave the land and the water on so that I can move around a little bit more without all of this slowness. So this isn't working at all, so we'll go into here. Let's take this cutout map out because it was worth a try. That's what this is all, is trial and error. So now we're going to go up into here and find our ultra scenery, and we're going to take, let's just do these one by one. The grass, all these pieces here, the river petals, we're going to leave the, I don't think there are any proxies here, and the water, and the nettles. We'll leave the water on and we'll leave the terrain on. Okay, I don't think we need the proxies and the feature props. Okay, that'll be the bridge. We just need the water and the ground and the land. Okay, for now, we'll minimize that. Let's see what it looks like. This should go into Iray quicker, and it should allow us to manipulate things, yeah, a little better, so we can work on this a little better. Now we're going to go down. Yeah, I can actually, okay, there's our plane. Now, I think what we should do is make this plane larger, so, because I think it was nice to have the big moon, the really big moon. But let's see, let's scale this now, the plane a little bit more. It should let me scale it. Let's go out back into here. Okay, let's scale this plane a little more. And what if I think if we move this, let's take a look at our perspective view and see really how far away I made that. See, that's really far away, like a whole country away. Oh, well, that's not the one we want. This one. No, this one. It does. Yeah, I don't think this is going to reflect on that if it's... Okay, so let's go back to our camera view. And now let's scale this down some. And move it over. No, not that one. X. Okay, we'll scale that a little bit more. Move it down. Y translate. Now we may be able to, because I might have had to really, really overdo the, way overdo the, in order to get it to shine on, way overdid the luminance. Because I think that's the key right there, is this luminance. Yeah, now we have, it's shining there. I should be able to, that's like too much luminance. So now if we can turn this luminance down, I think, let's just try to do like 2. We should have some other, I think we can even come down more, like, and now we're starting to see the effects of this, where we can bring, okay, that's, it's this right here. Now we're starting to see the effects of this aspect here, where I can bring this up. And these actually work now. And this translucency weight, now if I bring this way, it'll get lighter, because it's using, see how that just got blown out? Because it's using the base color. And when I bring it this way, it's using this dark translucency color. That's still not really working. Like, okay, when I bring this down like that, it should get dark. Yeah, see, so now what we can do, now we bring this way, Now this is where we change the color of the scene, and it might be a certain color that's like there might be too much blue in this or something, and the blue is creating this gigantic. So this is where we can take and bring this up now a little bit, bring this up, and then we bring that up, we bring this up, and then now it's, the more I go this way, the more it's using this color. And so this is red, green, and blue. So let's take the blue down to like way down and see what happens. Now you see it's green and red. Now, okay, that didn't seem to do anything. So let's go bring this to up to about 24. Okay. Now I have to think about this because it could be because when we bring this all the way over, like all the way, then it's only using this color, this translucency color. Okay, then it's only using that. It's not relying on the base color. So if I change this like to black, it shouldn't show anything, any change at all. See, it didn't. Now if I go back up to white again here, all right, now if I take and move this all the way over, now that's the color without, now when I change this to black, it should go black. No, it did go darker, but it didn't go all the way dark. I think it's because we're using other things to create the sky. So that tells us something. It did go darker, but it didn't go that much darker. But, okay, so it's still relying heavily. This should always just be white because it gives you a white under, like, a white thing. It should always be white. You shouldn't change any of these numbers in the base color. You should just keep that at white. You should always then go here with this translucency weight, bring this up, and then this other drop down comes, and you have this other color. And this is really strange. It seems to work. Now it seems like it's working. Because now it's bringing this gray color and we bring it all the way over, it should get very gray. See, now we've lost it. See, it stopped, kind of stopped working, and I'm not sure why that's happening. Let's go back here. This could be a bug in. Okay, now we bring this all the way over, and it should go really gray. See, yeah, there's a bug or something here. Because this is how this is supposed to work. It's supposed to, and if I take this color and make it darker, it should get really dark. No, see, it's off, but now we bring the translucency weight. Maybe it's, okay, then we bring it over. It should get really dark, dark gray, like, yeah. So I think what's happening is our other settings down below are winning out. Okay, so let's go back. Let's bring this reasonably into a darker color, not like heavily. And let's just give this a little bit of weight. So we're using this color and a little bit of that to darken it. Okay? Like about there. Okay, and all we did was, when you do this, all you're doing is changing the brightness. You're not changing the hue. Okay, and this is actually supposed to be 45. Okay, where's that? This is supposed to be, let's get them together. $45, come on. There. When you come here, and so if you want to change, if something's too bright, you just come in here and you just go like that and you lower the brightness. But because we have these other overriding things, so we're they're coming in down here and they're like a layer over everything. So this emission color, I think if we want to lower it, it's got to be here, because this is stronger than, and see, that didn't work either. Yeah, it did. See, it just took some of that. See that? Okay, this is the color. Okay, that's the color, and then we can bring up the luminance. So let's bring that up to like 4, and this will make this okay stronger versus that. Okay, so we can bring this down even more, and we'll have still some luminance. Okay, I think that looks kind of perfect there. Unfortunately, we lost our cloud. But that's okay. We have some luminance here now. We have something on the ground, and I think we'll also have a little bit of sparkle on the. So these work. They all work together. And if you add any more of these, like this top coat and all, then you're working with even more layers of things. And so you bring in this and layer, and then you have another layer over top. And then these things are going to even have less impact. And there's a possibility we could take this base color off, like go none, and handle this all from these lower colors. Base color is none, and translucency color, none. And then come down here and work just with this emission color. Let's bring this up some. I think I ruined it now. Okay, let's take this down to there. No, this is very strange now, how that just changed everything. So I guess we have to have the base color. Okay, the base color. And then we have to move this just to, okay, the base color and the translucency color. So this is mixing. If I just move that, I think it will switch back. No, okay, so the translucency color here. All right, we got it back. And then we can go down here and raise this brightness up here of the emission color. And now if we take this luminance out, okay, this will blow right out again, because the luminance, oops, none. Well, it's actually didn't blow completely out, but No, but you see, it's still if I want enough luminance, that's actually working, which might mean that these are working now. So we want, I'd like to be able to bring these clouds up a little more too, but translucency color. See, that's working now. See, these, you always leave the base color like this, just the way it is. You always work with the translucency color. If you want more base, if you want it lighter, you bring it this way. And then it's going to show you this white. It's going to give you white. See, that brings that whiter. And if you want to darken it, you use this. You make this darker. See, if I go a lot darker with this, then it gives me a stronger color to work with. See, it makes it darker. And if I move it this way, it makes it lighter because it's using the base color then. You bring it all the way to up and it should go like really light, like this color. Yeah, it does. It's very fine, but it's now, so this is how you darken things, is with this. So I can go like a lot darker. This is how you darken stuff. And then I bring this way and it uses less of this color. Because this is like, this color is underneath this color. So this color is on top, and then this color is like the veins or the color underneath your skin. It's like the red underneath your skin or whatever's color under your skin. So if I wanted this to have like to show a brown, then I would make this more of a brown. Right now it's just like they're all equal. But if I took some of the blue out, a little bit of the blue out, I think this might go towards a brown. And add a little bit more red. This is the green. Take a little bit of, I think a little bit of the green out, and you'd have a blue and red. Well, they make kind of a purple, but I can make this brown here like this. This is white, but let's go into a brown. And now the more I bring this towards this way, it should turn it brown. No, it's not. So I think the other colors are sort of, let's turn this here. Translucency color. Oh, I think if I take this color out, this out of here, then it might turn brown. Because it's using that as the color. No, and this out. There. Now it's using that color as an underlying thing. And so we take this color, now we can make it more red, like a red tint. So you don't change the color by this tint. You change it by that, and then if I move it this way, we have less red. And if I move it all the way, we have this color. So this is how you use this translucency weight. So you move it this way, and if you just move it to black or white, let's go to black. Then it's just going to darken it and lighten it. So this will darken it. Okay, and this will lighten it. By moving it this way, you're going back to this base color. So, and then moving the translucency weight there, you're going back to the black. You're darkening, so this is looking through that color to a black. So that's how you make it more black there. And if you want to just add a little more light, you bring it this way. So this is achieving the same thing. So we could then give this, make this purple. And just add a little bit of purple to it. So this kind of thing like that. And that is it's not going to show up that much now. Yeah. I think purple is a very hard color to show because it's so dark. Now if I bring this up like this, then we can get more purple in there. Because, yeah, see, so it's so close to black that it's just, there we go. Now we can bring this back, and the more back we come, the more it's going to show here. This translucency weight. Come back. All right, we go all the way there, and we're back to this. So you just always leave this, always leave it so that it's the color that you start with. Just always leave that there, and use this to change the hue of things. And I think that's a bug right there. If I move it again, it's going to start working right. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change this to black, or to black, I guess. And then this allows me to just add a little bit of darkness to this maybe, or somewhere in here. And then we'll go down here to this. And this is where I can take this emission luminance. Now we're going to add that same image here. Emission color. And we're going to add that same thing here, the twilight luminance. And bring this emission color down like this, I believe. Yeah, and still we have the illuminance though. That's not too bad. I like that, how the cloud is so dark there. Let's bring this up a little bit more. This has to do with the kind of the light that is being put off from it, what's shining off. The other ones has to do with the color of the image, and this has to do with the light shining. But if you don't put this luminance on here, okay, let's bring this back down a little bit. I think that's nice right there. I'm not sure. I'm just, it's very difficult. The mountains, yeah. Well, these they don't have anything on them, and I can add something to light the mountain, the hills there. So they're going to look very blue when we turn the plants back on. So now the other thing I wanted to do was add a red light over the bridge. So let's do that with a spotlight. Spotlight 2. Let's go here. Let's take a look through Spotlight 2. Bring it up so we can see where the heck we are. And then we're going to go down like this, top down, straight down. Now we're going to zoom out. And somewhere here is where our bridge is. I think I might have to turn the bridge back on. No, I think I can tell where it is. It's right here. Okay, we're going to put that over the bridge. And now let's go to our... Is this like... am I really high up in the air or what? We don't want it that big. Okay. Like this. Okay. Camera. Back to the camera view. Now let's turn our bridge on. Let's see. Let's go to Iray. And I think we can scroll up here and just turn the bridge on. Ultra scene. Where's our bridge? Thought it was down here. Oh, maybe it was up at the top. It was, yeah, feature props. There's our bridge. Now let's go into this spotlight. We're going to make this into a dark red so that we got a kind of a light and then the dark red and then into the blue. Spotlight, color, red, and now we got to add some lumens to it. There we go. Two. Now let's maybe go up to 5 here, like. Maybe a darker red. The darker you go, the less lumens it has, because it's like having a black light. You know, it doesn't shine anything if it's black. But we can take the temperature down. So that didn't work. I think I like that bright, that red. All right, let's turn on all of the things here and see. Okay, I wanted to change his pose before I put everything back on. Let's save this. Now I can shine a blue light onto the ground as well. So we'll see about that as well. Or what I can do is I can change the HDRI, because this is just an image. Remember that we have a giant HDRI illuminating everything. So we have that as well, and that HDRI is also shining on this backdrop to some degree. All right, so I don't care for his pose, really. Maybe it is okay. Maybe I just got to put... So let's see about some magic. Magic. Let's put something coming out of his hands. And then he'll look like he's doing something. What's this? Props. How about something, a male globe's flying curse attachment. Let's select our guy and see if he'll put them on him. Attachments. I hope it doesn't put him in a pose. Yeah, it did. Now there's a way to do that, to make it not put him in a pose. Edit, undo. I think you hold the control key down before you click on it. Hold the control key, see if that works. No, that didn't. Then it's the shift key. And then it lets you choose what you want, how much you want it to change things. Okay, so we have to undo this. Let's go into, all right, edit, undo. Okay, I think we hold the shift key and double click. No, maybe it's the alternate key. Edit, undo. Or maybe it's control plus shift, I don't know. We'll try them all. Hold the alternate key. No, it might be control plus shift. Edit, undo. Or what I can do is just put them in without selecting him. All right, let's see. But let's control plus shift. No, that didn't work. So what I'm going to do, let's see what these actually look like. Edit, undo. Let's go to materials and see what these are called flying curse. What is a flying curse? Those are globes. Okay, I'm not sure. These are look like flying curses. I'm not sure. Let's see what other props we have here. No, all right. Those are female. These are male. Custom action. No, cancel. I know there's a way to do this. Without it putting... No, it's not control plus alternate. Without it doing his, moving his pose. Well, I can just lock his pose. And that is, it's one of these here. Something pose. It's called pose converter. No, pose fusion. Ultimate pose master. It might be this. Pose mixer. Maybe it's this. No, it's not. It's maybe this pose mixer. Yes. Lock all bone rotations. Let's lock him. Okay, let's see if that worked. Now let's go back to magic. Okay. Here. Props. Ha. See how we do that? That pose mixer, you can lock any part of their body. You have to unlock it if you want to move him later. All right, so now he's got little pom-poms. He's a cheerleader. We're going to put some magic around his fingers. Okay, wizard book, wizard arm guards. Let's see, takeoff smoke. Is that it? I don't know that it was called that. Let's see when we hide them and see if it goes away. No, that doesn't. That's not that. No. It's, I think he's on his hands. Right click. Select globe. All right, these are the globes. Okay, these might actually be shaders that are, okay, they're shaders, so you have to select the globe. Now I've learned a thing. You right click on this and then you can select things that you, if you left click on it, it's going to click on his hand. I know usually that doesn't click on these, but this time it clicks on the globe. So these are what, is that what they're called? FSGL01. So we're looking for something that would go on globes. You can only use the right thing here for the right stuff. Shaders, materials. Okay, this is okay. These are layered. We're looking for something for the globes. Globe. Okay, here's one. Let's go into Iray so we can see what it looks like. I think these blue ones would be nice, but I'm not sure. Maybe the yellow. Take us into Iray. Now let's see what. Let's try the yellow one. They're kind of bright. Maybe the blue one. We got a bunch of different globe things. There's these. And let's do this one. Globe. Oh, those are the rings. We got to touch the whole globe. Now I think I can change the color of those. Oh wow, something's wrong here. Oh, that didn't work right. Okay, that changes the color, and then this changes the style. So we can go back to, oh, what's this do now? Globe. And then we can go back to the style, and it'll be red, I think. No, it disappeared. So let's go back to here. And then this changes the style. So if I go with the red one, and then we change the style. Oh, that's the main globe off. Okay, this is for the main globe less. I kind of like the red ones, so let's go with this now. Right click, globe 2, select globe 2, make it red, and then turn the main globe off. I want to see his hand a little bit. All right, now let's save this. I'm not absolutely sure that's what I want or anything, but do you like Pose Mixer, Ed? That's pretty cool. You can freeze the lower body, the arm, and so what you do is you freeze, like if you like a pose that has the right bottom but the wrong top, then you freeze the whole top part of his body, and it gives you all these options. You can freeze the whole body, you can freeze his neck, you can freeze his arm, you can freeze each hand separately, so that you can try a pose and it will only change the top part and leave the bottom part. And so you can mix and match any pose because you have frozen a certain whatever part. The bottom, you can't freeze every single part, like you can't freeze his shoulder, you know. You can just freeze his whole arm or this arm or his torso or his lower part or the upper part or his face and neck, things like that. So, but it's very helpful so that you can, if you get one of your characters in a certain pose that you like I could change his arms now because these things are stuck to his hand. So I could change his arms, but I think those are kind of like a good pose for this. So let's see now. We're going to go here into our ultra scene. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. So now let's go into turning these on. I wonder if I can turn them all on by turning this off. No, and then turning this ultra scene terrain on. Yeah, I think that turned everything on. I don't know why his right collar is turned off. No, that didn't turn everything on. Now, ultra scene terrain. Oh, I turned the terrain off. Oh, we've got water, like endless water now. This is weird. Now I have to go and turn everything on separately. Why was his collar turned off? I must have accidentally turned off his collar. All right, let's get out of here, out of Iray. Control 9. Take me to all right, there we go. Now we'll have this up in a moment. Let's move all of this down here a little bit. Let's get some. All right, it finally turned everything back on. I think. That's why everything is going so slow. Anytime now you can come back. Okay, ultra scene. There we go. We're back. Now, there was something turned off. It was his shoulder, right collar. I don't think we want that turned off. It was probably turned off under his shirt. So he's just missing his right collar. You know that sometimes you can just turn off their body underneath everything because you can't see it anyway. So it's all the less textures in your scene. Think about that sometime. I don't need to do it myself, but it's something you can do if you need to. There's no need for them to have skin underneath areas that are just are not going to be seen. So, all right, now this should all be back on. Let's double check. You have a lovely evening, Ted. You are a diehard fan, buddy. Ed, I'm sorry, Ed. I've had Ted and Ed tonight. So, Ed, you have a lovely, lovely evening. What's left of it? I hope it's been helpful. You have been a very good friend. As you can see, all I'm going to need to do now is check this out. I think our scene is pretty much done. Set up some rendering stuff. This was all just to play with these new features, with the beta. So now I have two Daz programs. So here we go. Here's our scene. And if I can get my mouse off of there, it should stop coloring that. Something's coloring it a weird color. There we go. This is it. And I think that's our scene. So it's pretty good. And I don't think that hill is too dark. I think we do a render. We're going to change now our render settings. So you have a good night. You have a lovely night, Ted. Take care. Thanks for hanging out with me, buddy. Very, very nice. You take care. Well, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. Just very nice having you here. Very, very, very nice. Please come back again and grace us with your beautiful presence, dear friend. You take care. Thank you. You can see I'm getting really tired myself, so have a lovely, lovely evening. See, this does marry that into there better than it's very nice. So I'm wondering if it looks like this effect is going down into the water. I might have to lift the clouds up a little bit. So let's go here. So I'm going to I won't be long. I think this is going to be very close to done soon. So I'm going to take this whole setup here. I think this part here is, this is him. And then above that is our tour group. And so I'm going to move this tour group up. Everything should be, move that up a little bit like this. Now let's see what that looks like. Just so it's not so, that's the tour group, but then where is I moved the lights up, but I didn't move up the fog. Where's the fog? That should be in this group as well. It is. It's probably down here. That's really what I wanted to move up. I don't think I wanted to move the lights up necessarily. Okay, let's go back here. So I think Angus might still be here. My buddy Angus. Okay, we're going to take and move this up, the smoke up. But we're going to move this tour group down a little bit more. So it's lighting the smoke. Okay, let's see what that looks like. I might have it too low. It might be lighting the ground too much. The ground is probably going to be really bright. What do we got? What do we got? That is not bad. I like the vibrancy of this. This is pretty nice now. Yes. All right. I think what I'm going to do is go back out here. We're going to start to set up some kind of render here. And now I'm thinking that I may have to go back into Ultrascene again, because I don't want to do a square render. Render settings. I want to do like okay, well, I think I've lost my place here. Okay, render settings up here. I don't want it square. I don't know why I made it square earlier, but I'd like to have this 16 by 9. I don't know why it just changed that. Let's see what this looks like now. Which means I might move this moon even over a little bit more. Let's see what it looks like. Now we're going to be able to see a lot more of this ground thing. I'm surprised at how large that is, actually, but it's a very large area that he's illuminating with this spell. And see, we've run out of grass here, so we're going to have to look. There's only grass here in this little area, so we're going to have to. And so this might be the opportunity to move this, okay, here. All right, we're going to go out of here. Okay, this is our back. Where's our plane? Okay, that's our plane. We're going to move this over. Okay. Back to here. Come on. There we go. We're going to move this plane. No, not that way. Z? Yeah, over here. Okay, and we're going to do green, which would be scale green. That's enough. Now we take and go back into Ultra Scenery. Okay, I thought there might be a way to go into Ultra Scenery directly from there, but no. Okay, we take rid of this. Ultra Scenery, where are you? I think we found that in render settings as well. Come on. There's Ultra Scenery. Now we go into here, default, Ultra Scenery Creator, and we're ready to go back in, and we're just going to build it again. We don't need to change anything, just rebuild the scene. I wonder if we should add some grass tufts and Verge. Now let's see if anybody answered my question here with this. I think I am going to purchase those. That's going to be on sale. Did somebody answer this? No. I bet there are going to be very few people who know about this. Okay. So we're going to have to wait a while. It probably is using the what do you call it? The accelerator. It's just not showing it here. I don't know. Or maybe when I put my serial number in, it needs to do a lot of computations in the background, communicating with Daz over thousands of items before it has an idea of what needs to be activated. That could take an hour or two for it to go through almost 10,000 items. So it's building the terrain. Okay. It looks like it's going a lot faster, like maybe it's actually using the accelerator now. I don't remember these little lines here going along the bottom, like progress lines. I don't remember them. I don't remember ever seeing those little progress lines. And I've used Ultra Scenery Creator a million times. I don't remember that little line. It's like when the accelerator, you use the accelerator, doesn't use those. Maybe it's part of an update, but I have not noticed an Ultra Scenery update in a while either. I'd like to put some No, I was thinking of putting some kind of haze on the ground. But I'm not sure that I can pull that off. And then if I put some haze on the ground, then it's going to kind of confuse the haze that's around him, that as if that's just part of the natural haze and that he's just lighting it up. So Ultra Scenery is such an amazing, I get so excited using this program. It's just so amazing. It's so massive and so really, it's such a pleasure to work with and to create with it. It reminds me of working with Bryce years ago when you had the sky and the trees and all of these different aspects to work with. But I mean, it's much more. It's just there's so much more to it than anything anything Bryce had. Even the tree generators, you can generate trees with the realistic tree generator, and it's just, I don't know, I think I have a sneaking suspicion that whoever made the Ultra Scenery also made the tree generator. The realistic tree generation system. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but that's another amazing thing. So, yeah. So, it was so nice tonight having Ed and Ted and our new friend. Was it Lee? Was it? What's his name? Lee, I'm glad I remembered. And then Angus chiming in between his naps. Yeah, we had a nice evening. Yeah, four really awesome people. So yeah, thanks to YouTube for linking us all together. Eventually they'll find people who can put up with me. Yeah, very nice people. So, yeah. So Sigmund, I guess it's you and me, and I would assume that Angus is still around until probably no later than 1 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, we are building a scene. So I have to rebuild the scene because when I moved the camera out, the grass wasn't populated to fit that large of a camera. And so now having like 60 million thousand other items in the scene, plus I added some tall grass, and that could end up as a problem because it could end up going through his leg. It could end up coming up and there could be giant patches of grass that I could end up having to rebuild this and turn off some of that other stuff. It'd be nice because if I could keep it, because it's gonna the land on the other side looks like, okay, there's nothing else but clover, period, and it would be nice to have some tufts and other things growing up. It might actually put some like cat's eye bamboo kind of things along the water. We'll see what it does. I might have to turn some of this stuff off and redo it again. So we shall see. Let's have some more tea. Some more rosehip and hibiscus tea. There's not supposed to be caffeine in hibiscus, but when I drink it, I think there's some kind of stimulant in hibiscus. Because tonight I bit off 2 of my nails, just ripped them right off. And that's what I usually do when I get even a stimulant in me. Is I just rip right onto my nails right off. So okay, we're about halfway done. I think the accelerator is working. It's just not registered yet because when the accelerator wasn't working, it could take up to over a half an hour to 40 minutes to generate the landscape. So but I just can't imagine that they're going. So I would assume that the beta looks at the licenses that are in the public build and says, oh, he's got these licenses, we don't need to have him put them in again. And I think possibly it has the beta gets licensed along with, because all of my other things and all of these things, when I logged into this initially, they should have just looked online and said, oh, this is Rex and this is his computer, and I don't know. So we'll see. Somebody will answer my inquiry. I really love this beta. I just, you know, I don't know. I think I'm going to be a beta person for a long time, because I'm going to be using this beta over the public build, because I absolutely have to have that ability to. I'm going to be doing some really fun stuff. You guys want to keep in tune, because tuned in, because I am going to be doing that. It was funny how Lee tried to make a big long thing about the the gobo ghost thing. It just put it all into one big long. That was funny. And I just and I read that and it was like, wow, you almost got it right. I think let's just rearrange a couple words there, but it was really cool the way he linked that all together, and it was like, I didn't even have to solicit it. He came up. I just described this big long thing, and then he I think Lee is a he. I'm not sure. I think Lee is a he. So yeah, that was really awesome how he I'm looking over, and his the icon for him is so tiny I can't tell. And Lee can be either. Lee is probably a he, because I got. At first I thought it was a she for a long time, and then it started saying, I think Lee is a he. I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you, Lee. Either way, so. I don't think Lee would be offended. So it was just very nice having you here, Lee, as well. So if you're watching, if you come back and watch the rest of this, yeah, it was all a very nice night. I got to talk with everybody. Ed waited until everybody was gone, and then I got to talk with him, and so it was all very. And Ed helped out a lot, because I maybe would have left the moon all blown out, and going in and working with the colors like that. I've been wanting to do that and say, and go, because I spent several days, one day on a project, working with the surfaces, shaders, and all of that, the base shaders and all of that. I've spent a lot of time in there, and I really don't know everything about that area, but I really enjoy working with that. And now I feel like I've kind of gotten an understanding of it, and tonight I was only able to brush the surface of really how complex that is, but I felt like I gave you all some really good tips on using that area of the shaders and stuff that I've learned from using that. And so it felt good to be able to impart stuff that took me a really long time to figure out. So I really wish I'd had somebody teach me that, and I don't know that I would have been able to learn it that easy. So okay, so we're gonna go now into Iray and see what this looks like. I think I'm ready to render this, and unless those tall grasses that I turned on are just way too much. They could be coming up through my my fog things and obscuring the fog. No, this looks better. This looks better already, because it looks like we're gonna have like the grass is like it's going to look more natural than it looked, just too cultivated. And so we'll see. Okay, what have we got now? Let's move this out of the way. It doesn't matter because he's standing here. It's not gonna any tall things and all aren't gonna matter. It looks less. Okay, so we've lost our moon shine because we've lost that section on the water. So I think what I've got to do is move the moon back over so that we've got the moon kind of right near him. It just, I thought we'll balance it out and put something over here, but I don't think that's the way to go. And I don't think he's directly in the center, so I think I could pull over. Those things kind of look goofy on his hands. All right, let's fix what I know I want to fix. Maybe they won't look so goofy when it's rendered large. It's just like this scene is so small. Okay, let's see if we can click on this backdrop. Okay, we'll try that again. Let's get in. This looks, I like the way this all looks in here. Come on, take me out of here. Okay, so we're going to select the plane, and the plane gets moved over with the Y. No, why is it going up? Well, let's try. No, that's not it, so it's Z. That's strange. That. Okay. Now we're going to take our camera and unlock it. Lock, unlock, because I want to move him over just a little bit more here into the center. I think if I move him over, I can take this moon and move that over a little bit. We didn't actually move the... Okay. Now, there was one other thing. Okay, I'm going to select him. I have to move in on this perspective view and move right in on our guy here. And make sure his feet, they aren't down in the ground. Okay, it looks like they're down on the ground because I think I've got some kind of ground turned on. Let's go to Iray. I have to zoom in close to find out if his feet. Okay, it's trying to load Iray. It looks like his feet. I can't tell. I just can't tell, but I can see that. Okay, he's got a that one little flower is coming right up through his boot. That happens to be right there. Okay, so we've got to move him like ahead or something to fix that. All right. Let's turn. There's no way. I wish I could just click on that and delete it, but I can't. It's not going to let me. So what I got to do is move him over 0. I'm going to move him ahead and over. Control 9. Come on. Okay, we're going to move him ahead. Ahead. Why is it taking? All right, ahead. A little more. And over. So that flower is right out of the way. Now, I can delete some things off of him. I think he's got underwear on. He's got a bunch of stuff that's just too much stuff. He's got boxers. We don't need those. We don't need the hair on his arms, the hair on his chest, the hair on his legs. Vellus hair. We don't really need these things. The vellus hair. With the hair crop. We use the beard. We'll keep the beard, the brows. Alright, those are good. Now, save this. Just all the less there that we have to deal with. And now we go back to the camera view. Zero. Let's see what he looks like here. See, if I hadn't zoomed in, I would have rendered this whole thing and then looked and said, oh my gosh, he's got a clover growing up through his foot. Now that clover is over here. So that's out of the way. But I moved him, and I don't know that the book moved with him. There's the book right there. I was wondering what that thing was. Yeah, now the clover is away, and it looks. This all looks good here. Yep. Looks fine. Now he doesn't have hair growing through his pants. Okay, so we can go now to let's go back out of here. Now I'm going to lock the camera view again. Camera, edit, object, lock. All right, now let's go to the camera view. This all looks good. Let's see what it looks like. This might be ready to render. The book looks okay there. Now the moon looks good. It looks like he's more kindred with the moon. Okay, though, I'm going to take this light and soften it a little bit. Okay. We're going to take, well, let me select it finally. Now what am I doing here? All right, I'm trying to fix some lighting here. So I'm going to take, I want to light the book a little bit. So, and I think I want, okay, there's our spotlight. We're going to just mellow this light down a little bit. Okay, there's that. Create a new spotlight. Look through the spotlight. Come up over here. Over here. Let's come right at the book. All right, and then let's go back to our camera. Put this on here. Okay, that's not going to be lit up at all. So let's go into, okay. Okay, I like his color better. He's not as white looking. He's a little more kind of warmer. Okay, now we're going to go and add this. Let's go and put a 5 here. That should light up the book some, and we're going to take the book and make that a little warmer. Okay, save this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just add a little bit of fog here and there. Fog. So we're going to go VDB. All right. we're going to take these little pieces of fog here. Props. This is one. This is going to go over here. A little bit of fog there. Edit, duplicate. Okay. This fog's going to go over here. On the other side and up. And over. There. This. Back, maybe in front here, so it like that. Edit, duplicate, and then this fog is going to go here. While I rotate there. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Just throw a little bit of fog in here to make it kind of look a little less even looking. We have a little bit of fog here and there and there and there and there. Happy fog. Happy fog. Yep. This could be enough to render. I could be like done. Yeah, see how that fog just gave it a little bit of something there. Now that just made me think that this other fog is a little bit too strong in here. This is my, okay, so we're going to go here. This fog is a little bit too strong. So we're going to take, it's not really fog, it's kind of like a takeoff, blast off kind of thing, but this just too, it's not transparent enough. So I'm going to try this. Find this fog, which is up here. Takeoff smoke, that's it. We're going to come here, surfaces, here, and we're just going to take this and bring, that's a lot of density. Multiplier, we're going to bring it down to 90. Now let's see what that looks like. I think when you have more fog, like a larger chunk of fog, that you have to bring the multiplier higher. So if you have a big field of fog, then you have to compensate by giving it a higher density. It's not like even across different fog levels. So I may have brought that down too much. We'll see. When I have just a small patch of fog, I can get by with like a density multiplier of like 3 or 4. And I might not be right about that, but I think I might be, but well, did I tell it to go into Iray or not? Let's try again. There we go. Something's happening now. Something is happening. Welcome, welcome. We have some more people coming in. I've been working on this for, let's see, I've been live for 7 hours. So we're 7 hours and 25 minutes. Another. Okay, I think that's done. I like this now. I think it could even come down a little more. So let's take this multiplier. Let's go down to 75. It is now blending in, and it's looking like he's not creating the fog, but it's just incidentally fog is there. But let's go 75. Let's see, happy fog. It's very happy. And the book is way too bright. So we're going to turn that way down. This book. He's kind of hard to see because we have so much in the scene now. All right, that's even less, so that's okay. Let's go now tier 2. Our spotlight here. And up in here. It's a wizard, and he's got a magic book there in front of him. And these little rune things that when we render it, you'll be able to see things much closer. Now spotlight 2. Let's go down. If I can just tune down this book a little bit, I think it will be done. The scene will be finished. Now, come on, take me down to the bottom here. Come on, down to the bottom of the light. Here we go, lumens. We're going to bring that down to We're going to bring that down to 5. I think that's going to work on our book. All right, let's see what we've got. No, the book, still too bright. Not sure why. 'Cause, let's go 1 here. Enter. Let's see about that. These are things you have to do in Iray. You just have to set the light correctly in Iray. I think it's still going to be too high. The light is just so close to the book. You know, I might be... I'm changing the wrong light. Okay. So I just changed the red light that was on the bridge. So it's probably a good idea to check these things. So let's go edit. All right, let's undo. Let's turn that light back up. This is the spotlight on the book. Maybe that's why it wasn't changing. All right, we're going to go down here. I can pretty much guess what this is going to be. Let's go to, let's change that to a 9. All right, let's see. See what we've got. We've got a wizard here with some runes circulating around his hands. And he's got a book floating in front of him. How about some blue blocker lights? Block some of this blue light. They do work, wow. Yeah, I didn't realize that they had a kind of brown tint to them. I had them on earlier, but then they put a big thing on my nose. Now my nose is kind of sore. All right, this book is almost there, but it's still too bright. So we're going to just grab this. Our bridge is back. Okay, I think the bridge is too bright as well because I liked when I turned it down. Okay, we're going to go there. We're going to take this spotlight and we're going to take this one down a bit. It's just too stark of a contrast. Do a 1 here. And this is our spotlight here on the book. Let's try that. Oh. I turned it off. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this. 3000. See what we've got here. If you want to see what I did earlier, you got to watch the beginning of this video. Is absolutely something you must see. It shows you how I changed the colors here of all of these. Okay, now the book isn't too bright. Let's take the temperature down a little bit on it so it's not and the and neither is the I think we could take the lumens down on that bridge a little more too. On the bridge, we'll just go. I think this is going to be, we're going to be ready to do a render here. We're going to go in here one more time. I think that's going to, our book is going to be the right color and the brightness. You know, we're looking at this little image here, but this will cover this whole screen once it's done, so you'll be able to see so much more detail. I'm just working on a very small window right now, but eventually we're going to be working in a large window. See what this looks like here when I'm going to need to go back in here anyway for my render settings, so okay. Yeah, see, the book is fine now. Okay, I wonder. I think the book is just too much. And so we can take the book and this spotlight too, and just get rid of them. Okay, I'm going to save this. I'm just going to turn them off for now. I think the book is just too busy, too much going on. And so now if he was closer and he was like right close up in the screen, then the book, yeah. But we're just trying to do too much. We're trying to do stuff with his hands and stuff with, so I don't know where else to put the book, but it's just covering too much. All right, now we're going to look at our render settings. We're going to set this up to 10,000. Okay, and we're going to go into our progressive rendering and turn that up to maximum samples. We're going to turn this off, save it again, and I think we're ready to do a render. So here we go. Here we go with our first render. Now we're going to find out, maybe it's too big of an image. I might have over 50 gigs, 48 gigs, 47 gigs. If I do, it won't render. But I think because I only have one guy here, this may take a good amount of time. I don't believe I've taken up 50 gigs, 48 gigs, but I do have all that fog stuff in here, and it doesn't necessarily take up a lot of, yeah, it's going to render. It doesn't necessarily take up a lot of space in the RAM wise, but it takes a lot of computing power. This looks pretty cool. Now we're rendering this at 10,000 by like 8,000 or something. So we're going to be able to see this really, really. This isn't a massively detailed image. Okay, so we got to find out if his eyes are messed up. If he's got these like black eyes, because I moved him out of the center of the scene. And so that could have messed up his eyes. If it does, he's going to have these black rings around his eyes. We'll know in a minute. This is going to take a long time to render. It does kind of look like he's got a black spot there around his eyes, but that works with the, okay, now look at his, these runes. I don't know that they're actually runes, they're just symbols. So he's got a scroll, and he's got these beads around his hands. Let's see, let's hope his eyes aren't messed up. I should have given him some like mascara or something. This looks cool. Let's see how we're doing on only 53 iterations. So this is taking some time to do these iterations. I have two 3090s in SLI mode. And these are... So this is going to take probably a few hours. I'm not sure. I can't tell yet if his eyes are messed up. He's gonna clarify so perfectly. You're gonna be able to see possibly even the pores in his face and all. He's gonna clarify very, and we'll find out. And now his eyes are looking normal. They're kind of, so it doesn't look like he has black. If he renders, it's when you move the character out of the center of the scene too far away from the center of the scene, sometimes they get these black rings around their eyes. But he doesn't look like, it looks like they're gone now. So this has got to go up to 2,000 iterations. And so we're going to have some really nice detail in the scene. I should have rendered it even a little higher. This looks so nice on him, this collar, how that comes up and kind of presents his head in a very, yeah, very nice suit. How about his feet? Well, his feet, he's buried a little bit in the sand, but it's not, he could be sunken down in, so I don't think it's the end of the world. Look at all this detail, and these are all going to be, they're going to rectify and be like a little fog instead of like graininess. It's not going to look grainy. Look at the colors that we have here circulating around him. It's a very colorful place around him. I think I'm going to leave him down in the ground like this. I'm not going to change this. So his coat is sunk down in the sand because it's so heavy. And so is he. The sand is a little bit soft. He's right by the river. How did our moon come out on the water? Right over here. There's our moonshine on the water. That's really pretty. It's going to be our moon. It's not the best, but I don't like this little graininess here, but it's the best I have for this image. I do believe. Yes, it is. This is the best, the highest quality that I have for this. And this might be because it could be stretched a little bit, where I made this a little bit round rather than narrow, like I may have made it pulled out the center a little bit too much, but it's not that bad. We're looking at this like much larger than anybody would look at, but you look at this and this, the quality here is not so good, and then you come down here and it's like the detail here is so, you can see the little pebbles in the grass. It makes me think that maybe I would have done better if I'd put some kind of camera effect to make the far distance a little bit blurrier. This looks nice, this cloud. That couldn't be any more smooth looking. I think it's the image that he used for the moon wasn't very high quality, but that could be the problem. But so I'm going to let this render and finish. Not much I can do about the moon, and I don't really want to blur the scene. I think I want to have some nice crisp detail in the scene. Now you can see his his eyes are fine. They don't have black around them. So he's rectifying really well. This is all going to turn into really nice detail. This is going to look like leather and all. He's got these, okay, he's got beads only in one hand. He's got them in this hand. Some magic beads. Very nice. Look like some kind of wool tweed. He's a traveler. Travels and... All right. Well, that's going to do it for me for today. This is making almost 8 hours that I have been sitting here teaching, working. And so thank you very much for watching. I hope you have enjoyed this and learned something from this. And I will be back in another video. Please leave a like on my video if you can. And subscribe. Click the bell for notification. And if you click the bell next to the subscribe button, you will get a notification when I come back and I create another scene. And I have like about 300 videos on my channel and some of them are over 12 hours long that I've just worked steady on a scene. So you can see some of the techniques and things that I do. Look at this beautiful clover here. It's just a beautiful scene. The little teeny river pebbles and all. And little bigger stones here. And let's see if we can find a piece of wood maybe. Some driftwood maybe in the floating in here. I thought, okay, look, there's a little bit of this grass here. That's some kind of grass here that grows along the river. And yeah, I see. This is grass here, and then there's the clover. We got little pieces of grass coming up through, and some other grass growing in here. It's not just clover. It's other. Which gives it a little bit of variety, and the road goes back all the way back through and off to somewhere. I was thinking of putting in a wizard's tower here, but no. So this is it. Let's see what iteration we're at now. It will tell me in a moment what iteration it is at. I doubt it's up to 300 yet. This is very large. Let's see. Tomorrow, oh, it's Monday already. It is 12:53. It's almost 1 o'clock. Good night, Angus. You have a lovely evening. Thank you for hanging in and watching. And Hector says good night. Let's see. Good night. Oh, that was nice, Hector. Yes, that was Hector. So have a lovely evening, and I will see you again in another video. We're going to let this render until it is done, and then our wizard here will be finished. Let's see what we've got here for this wizard. So, all right, you take care, and I will see you again soon in another video. All right, have a lovely evening, and leave comments down in the comment section on the video if you'd like to ask me any questions. And thanks again for watching. Good night. Good night. Thanks. I want to thank Ed and Ted and Lee and Angus. You are awesome. You always stay right till the end. And Sigmund's going to say good night too. Good night. Oh, that was nice, Sigmund. So, all right. Take care. I will see you again in the next video. Please click the bell. Please leave likes on the video. Click the bell for notification. And you will probably see this image uploaded as the YouTube, maybe as the YouTube preview image for this. So, all right. Thanks again for watching. Take care. Bye-bye. We are 6 minutes away from 8 hours that I have been working on this. I just can't believe that I can work like this for like 8 hours. So, but that's what we've done. So, alrighty. Thank you to YouTube for hosting this video, and all the best to YouTube, all the people on YouTube.